Hey there, want to make your voice heard at a Board of Supervisors meeting? We're all ears. Here's how you can get involved. First, hop online and look at the agendas. This will give you the scoop on what's coming up before the board. Each agenda item includes a brief description of the issue, the recommendations, and potential impacts. If you need more detail, check out the detailed reports online. Those are called board letters. Then, decide if you want to speak at Tuesday's general legislative session or Wednesday's land use session. You'll have 3 opportunities to have your say. Let's start with non-agenda public comment. This is your chance to talk about things that aren't on the agenda, but try and keep your topic related to county government. For non-agenda public comments, you can speak at either the Tuesday or Wednesday session, but not both. So, pick your day accordingly. And keep in mind, the board can't act on the spot. They'll refer your comments to the Chief Administrative Officer, who will look into the issue. Last thing, the board will hear from the first 10 speakers, 5 in person and 5 by phone at the beginning of the session. Then all the remaining speakers will get their chance to speak after the discussion items. During the consent agenda, the board handles a bunch of routine items with 1 vote. If you want to comment on an item, keep it simple. For example, I'm John Doe speaking on item 5, and I agree with approving the contract. Discussion items are the main event where the board debates before making a decision. Want to speak at one of the meetings? It's really easy. Just hop online and fill out a quick request form at publiccomment.sandiegocounty.gov. Pick the meeting you're interested in, hit the register button, then fill in your details. Make sure to include a phone number if you plan on speaking by phone. Prefer speaking at the podium in the board chamber? No problem. Just pick the in-person option. After that, just check off the agenda items you want to talk about and let them know you're for, against, or neutral on them. Hit register and you're good to go. A confirmation email will land in your inbox to wrap it up. If you're speaking by phone, the email will include the instructions for how to dial in. Be sure to submit your request early. Once public comment begins on the agenda item, we can't take any more requests to speak. And if you have documents, hand them to the deputy clerk when it's your turn to speak at the podium. Now, you get 2 minutes to speak, but if lots of people want to talk, it might get cut to 1 minute. So, you might want to consider writing 2 sets of comments, one for 2 minutes, another one for 1. That way, if time's cut, you won't be scrambling. There's also a countdown clock at the podium to keep you on track. Once you're at the podium, stay on topic. Stick to the current agenda item. If you stray off topic, you might get a gentle nudge to get back to the point. Keep your comments related to the agenda item's recommendations because that's what the board is relying on to make a decision. Also, speak directly to the board. They're the ones making the decision. When your time's up, it's up. Overstaying might mean getting muted or even asked to leave. Now for some ground rules. For safety, keep aisles and doorways clear. If there isn't a seat, head across the hall to room 302 or the 4th floor balcony to watch the meeting. Respect is huge. Everyone should feel heard. That means you, other speakers, and the Board of Supervisors. Disruptive behavior gets 1 warning, and after that, a deputy sheriff might show you the door. So let's keep it respectful. Your voice matters, and we want to hear from you. Remember, we're all here to make a difference.
I'll now call the April 23rd, 2025 San Diego County Board of Supervisors session and Flood District meeting and Sanitation District meetings to order. Andrew, please call the roll for today's session.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that Supervisor Anderson is participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here.
And the first item for the board will be for Supervisor Anderson to make a statement about participating remotely and state whether anyone over the age of 18 is in the room with him, as well as their relationship to the supervisor.
Pursuant to Government Code 54-953, under the provisions set forth in Assembly Bill 2449, I will be participating remotely in the April 23rd, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting session due to just cause for the following reason: travel on official business of the legislative body or another state or local agency. There is nobody in the room with me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We now turn to County Council to the report of actions taken in closed session yesterday.
Good morning. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session on April 22nd, 2025 from 4:42 p.m. to 5:54 p.m. 3 supervisors were present. Supervisor Desmond was absent. The board took the following reportable actions. On item 21A, Joseph Frias versus County of San Diego, by a vote of 3-0, the board authorized County Council to file an interlocutory appeal of the district court's ruling denying qualified immunity to several sheriff's deputies in a lawsuit involving allegations that deputies used excessive force. On item 21C, Cleveland National Forest Foundation versus County of San Diego, by a vote of 3-0, the board authorized County Council to file a petition for review in the California Supreme Court if the Court of Appeal denies the county's petition for rehearing in a lawsuit challenging the county's adoption of the 2022 Transportation Study Guide. End of report.
Okay, we'll now proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within our jurisdiction, but not on our agenda. The only action we may take is a referral to the CAO. Speakers can speak once per meeting for non-agenda public communication, either yesterday at the general session or today at the land use session, but not both sessions, at your convenience. Generally, we do only 10 speakers in the morning and the rest at the close of the session, but we only have 11 people who've called in or put their slip in, so we'll do all speakers this morning. And in addition, for any discussion items, 10 or more speakers, individuals who will have 1 minute to share their opinion. Members of the public that are not English speaking and need interpretation assistance receive twice the allotted time for their comments. And please just remember, don't whistle, clap, stomp feet, or do anything that disrupts the proceedings, because if you do, you'll get 1 warning and then you'll be asked to leave. Andrew, please call the speakers.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 11 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. 4 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll randomly select the individuals. Since we all have 4, we'll hear from all 4 individuals. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. We'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, Robert Gurman, and Mark. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Are we meshing the meetings together or something?
We're starting with all the land use items first, and then we'll continue with the Tuesday items after.
Okay, that's good to know. My person uses the name Audra, so it's a bit ridiculous what's been going on with the members of this board. I feel like there's a tit for tat going on. It's very childish. I mean, what Joel did yesterday, leaving the meeting, not informing anybody beforehand, but saying that you had a minute left, and then we had to just abruptly end it because you wanted to leave, and then both you and Jim didn't show up in the morning because you were going to meet with Lee Zeldin, and you knew that he was going to be coming here, and you really put people off by having people show up because they were even supposed to get proclamations, and then they're not going to be able to have all the people there. It's very disrespectful when we pay you guys to be here. And then, Jim, you didn't even try. I understand there was a birth, but it's like you were gone the last time too. And it's just like, I don't know if we need to start charging you guys every time you decide to do that so that we can, you know, get our money back for you guys not doing your job. It's just a little bit ridiculous. And then what's going on with, you know, not inviting the rest of the board to also go to that meeting, or, you know, complaining when you guys are saying that Tara didn't invite you to the county state of the county. I don't know. And then she said that she did. She said that she asked you guys before. You said you didn't want to go. She asked Joel last minute. He said he didn't want to go. So I don't know what's going on, but it's very childish to like sit here and watch you guys going back and forth, and then watching Joel do that last night. It's almost like, I'm just going to do this to like piss off the other people. But in reality, you're just like disrespecting the people that you're supposed to represent. And it's unfortunate because it's like, we don't pay you guys to be childish and keep people away from certain things. You should be working together as much as possible. I mean, it's not that hard, but it seems like it is, and it's getting worse, and it's a very big problem.
Thank you. I'd like to also invite forward Marco Espinoza.
These slides are self-explanatory.
Please state your name.
Oh, Robert Gurman. These slides are self-explanatory. I ask you to read the attached articles that the authors took time and effort to write. There is one underlying theme in these articles. There are options to serve the majority of the people, not the less than 1% who use general aviation airports. First slide is about banning airport. The mayor said, the move is expected to transform the local economy and bring a new wave of opportunities to the region. Second slide is Peoria. We all know Peoria. It's where the Padres have their spring training. Peoria mayor said the land designated for the possible airport would be better used for schools, hospitals, developments, and more. And the FAA required 550 acres of land, and I don't think any of our airports except Lindbergh has that many acreage. So we're way under. Next one is Rialto. Quote, I think this is going to be a tremendous boost to the city of Rialto. Please read this article. Santa Monica. Where's Santa Monica? Whoop. Santa Monica. I think this is going, Mayor, as a park and recreation commissioner for nearly 14 years, I advocate for more park space. They're building a park in the middle of their city with a planned community all around it. All of these airports have taken the option to serve the citizens of their communities, as I said, not the privileged few who have airplanes, especially the ones at Gillespie that have $1 million hangars with Italian tile in them. And they live in them, contrary to what they want to put on their airport forms. That's it, I got. Thank you, have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good morning, Marco Espinoza. Two items, and congratulations, Supervisor Jen Desmond, about the new birth that we heard about yesterday. Glad to see you here today. I was glad to see a quorum of 4 today. I do apologize, I was 2 minutes late. However, I was here when yesterday ended, very abruptly. You said, Supervisor from District 2, Joel Anderson, you said you had to go, 1 minute, seemed like 60 seconds. Whatever it was, because I hope everything's okay now. You're here today, so virtually, but you're here today, so, but It was very abrupt, but I don't come to these meetings very often, so I don't know. But hey, we all have life, so anyway. If you ever make a statement on what happened yesterday, hey, personal, sorry, don't want to talk about it, and I would move on. Okay, all right, fine. I'm glad to see you here today. The second item was, sorry, I know. Sorry, I'm going to take my 41 seconds because I'll remember at some point. I apologize. It's been a long night. I wish I had brought my agenda that I held on the floor because it would have reminded me. I apologize. I'll remember later, but with my remaining time, I do have to say, in coming to these meetings and San Diego City Council meetings, these are a lot better because the view is nicer with the windows and everything, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, this is from YouTube, this video talk.
The young global leaders have emerged. Tell us just a bit about that in terms of governance. Yes, actually, this notion to integrate young leaders is part of the World Economic Forum since many years. And I have to say, when I mention our names like Francis Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. But what we are very proud of now is the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina and so on, is that we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I would know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. And it's true in Argentina. Well, yeah, it's true in Argentina.
So, Klaus is a German businessman. That is foreign. He founded the World Economic Forum, which is a group that of the world's international corporations obviously have no interest in our sovereignty or independence as Americans, and would love to just have a corporatocracy rule, which is what's happening. Governor Newsom says openly that he's a young global leader for the World Economic Forum. You can look that up. And obviously that's not okay. That's aiding and abetting a foreign group. That's not even a government. People need to see these other videos too. These are all YouTube video titles. Here's Rosa Corey. Start at 3 minutes, 40 seconds. She's an expert, California court witness, talking about UN Agenda 21. The UN and the WEF joined, I think it was 2019. See these other videos? Here's some times for this. I'm not going to have time for the time, so. This from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes to understand finance.
Thank you. Final call for Cesar Javier. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments. We will start with our first caller.
This is Peggy Walker, and I want to say that there's a troublesome, disturbing disconnect, supervisors, in your decision-making. On one hand, you promote public safety by approving tobacco grant funds yesterday to, quote, eliminate tobacco use, support a resilient future for all, especially youth, and healthy, safe communities. On the other hand, you're forcing 25 unwanted marijuana businesses on unincorporated areas, leaving unhappy planning groups asking, how did this happen? You want to unleash cultivation with known destructive environmental impacts and a flood of toxic, highly potent marijuana products on these communities. You disregard insidious marijuana health risks with all the harms of tobacco, plus even worse psychotropic outcomes, psychosis, schizophrenia, and suicide risk. You manipulate residents, pushing the legacy of 2 supervisors who did not represent the Outback and quit in shame. You disregard repeated reports of a failing marijuana regulatory state system, criticized for lack of oversight, allowing illegal practices, including falsified lab reporting. Tara, yesterday you spoke proudly of your school science experience with Roundup. Why then aren't you outraged by destructive illegal cannabis pesticides and resulting contaminated products? We do not want to become Santa Cruz, which declared cannabis a public health emergency, or Carpinteria, where marijuana's pervasive stink has destroyed quality of life, or Sonoma, Humboldt, Santa Barbara, and San Bernardino counties, where small farmers were pushed out by large operators and illegal growers. We want community.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Irandi, and I represent Clean Earth for Kids. Please stop leasing to West Coast tomato growers due to toxic pesticides that are harming our kids, veterans, and entire community. We've seen this affect families and natural areas we all share. Contracts should be reconsidered based on serious health and environmental issues discovered. I, too, live in Oceanside and speak as a concerned local, asking on behalf of my neighbors to reconsider their lease renewal. Don't renew their lease in order to prevent current and long-term health impacts. Petitions have already been gathered to raise awareness towards their environmental damage on wildlife, water, air, and especially our soil. You are harming people by continuing to lease our San Diego County land to West Coast tomato growers, also called Oceanside Poles. Finally, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Barbara Gordon. April is Alcohol Awareness Month, but despite years of education, alcohol-impaired driving continues to be a nationwide problem. Every day, about 34 people in the U.S. die in drunk driving crashes. That's one person every 42 minutes. People are not just getting impaired from alcohol. The number of people driving under the influence of other dangerous substances is growing. Nearly 12 million people drove under the influence of marijuana, and 2.4 million drove with other illicit drugs in their system, according to the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. In 2023, 12,429 people died in alcohol-impaired driving deaths. These crashes are 100% preventable. There is simply no excuse or reason to drive impaired by alcohol, marijuana, or other drugs. I urge the board to implement strategies that could reduce the number of drunk and drug-impaired driving on the road, especially in the backcountry. A public awareness campaign that highlights the dangers of impaired driving and promotes alternatives like designated driver or rideshare. Enhance law enforcement sobriety checkpoints and patrol by the sheriff to focus on impaired driving. You could collaborate with bars, restaurant, entertainment venues to promote safe drinking practices and promote transportation options. Let's all rethink that decision to drink or smoke marijuana or use other substances before driving. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. My name is Madison, and I'm here today to share the stance of the Fallbrook Community Planning Group regarding the county's proposed cannabis program. 12 members of the Fallbrook Planning Group met on March 27th, and all 12 supported these comments to the county, which were to say that they support Alternative 1, the no project alternative. Their planning group chair, Eileen Delaney, said, "We do not want any cannabis program. We want no project." The planning group has serious concerns about the draft EIR because it relies on outdated and insufficient information. More recent studies from municipalities with established cannabis programs were not included, and those newer findings raised serious red flags, particularly regarding cultivation and temporary cannabis events. Of special concern is the proposal to allow cultivation. The EIR does not reflect the reality experienced by other jurisdictions. For example, unincorporated Santa Barbara County, home to fewer than 150,000 people, has received over 4,000 odor complaints related to cannabis, none of which have been resolved. San Diego County's unincorporated areas are home to more than 500,000 people, so the environmental and quality of life impacts here could be even more severe. Also, the plan to hire only 2 additional code compliance officers is insufficient. That number is not enough to address the potential for theft, noise, odor, water use, and other health and safety concerns that cannabis activities may bring. Please take these concerns seriously and reevaluate the data and the scope of the draft EIR before moving forward with any aspect of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. Because April is Public Health Month, I wanted to share some perspective from the public health community with which I have had a long-standing relationship, having worked in social work, primarily foster care, and have appreciated the work of the public health community. Prevention is their goal. This is their aim to prevent disease or a health condition from ever occurring. So we focus on strategies, they focus on strategies that will prevent disease or health problems arising, or at least mitigate them. And there are good examples of what that might look like here in our county: clean water and air, not to mention the obvious for our particular county. But a real concern, and that you have recognized in your Live Well mantra, is to avoid smoking or vaping of either tobacco or marijuana. We notice that smoking and vaping creates poor air quality, and secondhand smoke has devastating health outcomes. So it is a surprise to me, as I have watched the work the Board of Supervisors has put forth, to have more vaping and smoking. In this case, it would be marijuana out here in our unincorporated area. Somehow or another, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why that would happen that way. Do we not understand the devastating effect that poor health has, not only on the people experiencing, but the cost to the county is extraordinary? Why would we want to undermine our citizens' health by enabling, encouraging, permitting, normalizing more smoking and vaping in our backcountry? Thank you for letting me share my thoughts this morning.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp, and today I'd like to speak about a contradiction that is hard to ignore. Supervisor Lawson-Remer has taken a strong stand against big tech for its role in harming youth mental health. And I do support this effort, as our kids are in crisis. The data is clear. Depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts are on the rise, and I applaud this action. But here's the contradiction. How can we push for mental health protections with one hand while actively promoting marijuana expansion with the other, knowing it's also harmful to mental health, especially among youth and vulnerable populations? Study after study links high-potency marijuana use with increased risks of psychosis, anxiety, depression, and even suicide, particularly in adolescents and young adults. ED visits and psychiatric hospitalizations in our county are overwhelmed with cases related to marijuana misuse, and the data doesn't lie, and it can't be ignored. So why are we acting like it doesn't matter? The board claims to protect mental health while actively supporting policies that clearly put profit ahead of public well-being. It's not consistent, it's not responsible, and it's not fair to the families in the backcountry and across the county who live with the consequences. If you truly care about youth mental health, then your eagerness to drastically expand the marijuana industry should be reconsidered. Let's stop pretending these two positions aren't in conflict, and it's time to choose consistency and put people, especially our youth, before politics and profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Lawson Reamer. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. Yesterday, I called in to support item 3, the acceptance tobacco grant program funding from the California Department of Justice to support tobacco retail licensing, the TRL efforts. As a parent, public health educator, and attendee of a planning group in the unincorporated area, I know how important it is to us that the health and safety of our citizens be protected. The Department of Justice funding will assist the sheriff and code enforcement with the county's tobacco retail licensing ordinance. For decades, research has shown us how costly it is to smoke and vape at any age. However, the average age of first use in the county is 12 years old. So the minor decoy operations funded by the DOJ grant are especially important to reduce tobacco sales to those under the age of 21. The presence of harmful chemicals in tobacco and marijuana smoke and vapor that causes oxidative stress, damage to cells, and reduced circulation. Even after smoking and vaping has stopped, tobacco and marijuana smoke and vapor residues can linger in the air, on surfaces like walls and furniture, forming a third-hand smoke. So I ask, why would anyone want more stores that sell smoking and vaping products in our communities in the backcountry, as the Board of Supervisors are proposing by forcing more marijuana businesses on us? Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite forward Cesar Javier. And Cesar, I'll need you to state your name and begin your comments, because Cesar, we'll need you to state your name under the rules of procedure. You're not able to.
We both registered, sir.
I only have a registration for you. We're not able to yield your time to other speakers, so you'll need to provide the comments. Thank you.
Cesar Javier and my wife Purita, both victims of toxicity. This is for you, Mom Reamer, Air Commission Board, Member Governing Board of Air Pollution Control District. Please step down. You're destroying humans. Your presence there is only a part of that corruption gang. Mom Steve Montgomery, step down now. Evidence. We were asking to solve the issue of toxicity in our community because that's your jurisdiction. We have been engaged in this county since 2022 through the Air Commission Board. You designated Councilor Rivera to represent your district. This is not personal attack. Your boys covered you by giving this one piece of air pollution, air purifier for air pollution victims. Thank you. Corruption. They want to protect you, your boys, your staff, your workforce, to cover your corruption. I say that because it's a monopoly, discretionary, without accountability. I went to your office, and you know what your people there said? It's not our jurisdiction. We cannot help you on your business issue. My blood pressure rises up because of the impact of air pollution. Next door, a residential zone designated neighborhood. Mom, step down. Step. And please, this guy, our revered, You stand for you want to volunteer. Be the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication.
Okay, thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes, statements of proceedings for the Sanitation District meeting of March 12th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? We have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Desmond. Andrew, please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to our agenda. Let me just walk through the order of business today. As most of you know, we were not able to complete the agenda for yesterday because we did not have a quorum for the full meeting time. So the run of show today will be as follows. We're going to begin with our Wednesday agenda. And so that starts with consent, and then we'll do items 2 and 3. And then after that, we'll take the rest of our agenda items from Tuesday in numerical order, beginning with 2, and we will get as far as we can today. Great. So let's begin with our consent items. Do any of my colleagues have any comments or anything to pull?
We'll just note for the record that the consent includes item 1 on the land use agenda, as well as items 1 on the flood control district agenda and the sanitation district agenda.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have any comments?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any comments from Benjamin? Okay, great. Then we will turn to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 6 requests to speak on items on the consent agenda, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on the consent agenda by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra and Mark. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name.
My person uses the name Audra. I'm doing the water issues. It's interesting what we do with water and how we act like it's so scarce, but then the way that it is handled and treated is as if there's an abundance of it. And it's interesting because this is for the sanitation district, it's talking about prohibiting the discharge of pollutants, but yet there's PFAS, and toxic treatments that we put in the water, the chemicals, and then what's happening is many times it's released to be, put from one reservoir to another or whatever, and supposedly it's done during the rain so that it doesn't absorb all of it into the earth. But there's a significant loss of water when that's done. It's like up into the 50% range. And so it's like if there was a scarcity of it, would you want to lose 1 drop of it? Probably not, but because that continues, it's showing that there isn't a scarcity. I mean, especially if you're sitting here selling the water, but also buying it. I mean, it's like this roundabout of like just nonsense. When you could drill for water, it's waters of the deep. There's a well in San Marcos that's actually been capped off. It's geowater, but we're sitting here giving people back their own sewage. And it's pretty ridiculous to understand that. And it's like when you control the water, when there's a fire, then houses burn down, and they want smart cities. All the places where all of these natural disasters are happening are places that want to implement a smart city. So this is an intentional ploy to basically do land grabs by way of natural disasters and to control the people through controlling the water. Because again, if there was a scarcity, you absolutely would not want to lose 1 drop, but you're willing to lose 50% of it just by having it go from one place to another.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, number 3. So this talks about the Housing Element Annual Progress Report application for Sandag Smart Growth Incentive Program grant.
Mark, that's a discussion item.
What?
That's a discussion item. That's not on the consent agenda.
Oh, you pulled it?
No, sir.
That's,
Items
okay.
1, FL1 and SD1. So that's the
Okay.
consent.
Well, isn't consent usually 1 through whatever? 7? What is it today? 1 through what?
It's just item 1 on the land use agenda. And
Just 1. Oh, okay. Wow, that was short. Wow, amazing. You guys, I'm sorry. I was just stunned. I've never seen anything less than 13 or 20 things being passed at once that no one knows anything about. Excuse me. Establish appropriations and authority to advertise and award a construction contract for Jesse Martin County Park basketball half court. Well, I think that's a great, noble thing, except it's very, and I haven't really looked into this, it's very likely that the construction contract will go to a company that has shareholders and is making a lot of money off this. And I really don't like the idea that we have to pay to make people rich to do things for our community, especially things that are absolutely necessary, like our water and gas and electricity. It's so absurd that people invest while other people can't even afford these. Literally, people can't afford their electric bill or their water bill. Oh, and it's really nice that now they want to add a trash fee to property tax that will take hardworking Americans' property. The county can seize it when they don't pay their property tax. So getting back to this, the construction contract probably is going to go to a giant corporation with a CEO making tons and tons of money per year annually as a salary, and shareholders. And I think it's an absolutely absurd idea. But that's corporate governance, and that's what this government is, a corporation. See Corporation Nation, the U.S. is not a country. Clint Richardson.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Paul Bold. Congratulations, Jim, on being grandpa. I was going to speak on the Jess Martin. The county wants to charge us $450,000 to design and build a half basketball court at Jess Martin Park. Basketball half court that is about 2,100 square feet at an existing county park. There will be no significant adverse impacts on endangered, rare, or threatened species, and there are no hazardous materials that are around the project site, and there are no other conditions. The 2023 cost to build an outdoor basketball half court, residential 30 by 30 feet, is $3,600 to $14,000. Specifically, I see a 30 by 30 half court advertised on Google for $3,095 from Module Tile. Fixer.com says installing a half basketball court ranges between $15,000 and $40,000. The board letter says there's nothing special about this. Then what accounts for the outrageous court cost? Show me the contract, please. Now the San Pasqual station, I think it's a great idea. Not sure why there were only 2 people there in this high-risk fire area with all of BES and EVs.
Yeah, we'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo here, and I just want to reiterate what Paul just mentioned. I mean, here we go again. The county wants to charge the people $450,000 to design and build a basketball court. And, you know, it just sucks. Like, yes, of course, build the court. But holy crap, like, just Google the cost of building an outdoor basketball half court. And, I mean, the prices are just right in front of you. And yet, I mean, what is this? As Paul mentioned, show us the contract. Show us the details. Who's getting what? This is so lame how so many people are not paying attention. And yet here we are trying to find money for people who actually deserve it, like struggling families who are barely getting by, veterans who have freaking sacrificed their lives, who are on the streets. This is disgusting. And this is how government is so wasteful. This is how they are so reckless. This is why you guys are begging the feds and now at the mercy of the freaking federal government. So lame, man. And to the brother who spoke on non-agenda today, keep coming, keep paying attention. It's frustrating, but you did so good. And just know that, you know what? It's not going to get better until the people start paying attention and actually getting involved and holding these people on the dais accountable, because our money is just going to waste. And we're just tax cattle. That's all we are, is tax cattle. I'm done. Oh, wait, you know what? No, I'm not done. A sewer system management plan, a very good, whatever, it's not a very good plan. Okay, never mind.
Thank you.
I'm done.
I'll hear from the next caller.
Hey, Tara, I'm still waiting for that call. So if you don't want the newspaper to write another report saying how I'm cursing all the time, you might want to go ahead and live up to your promise by getting back to me like you promised you would do. And now regarding this money being spent on that.
Pause.
Oh, no, there's plenty of other contracts.
Pause this time, Andrew. Reminder, please keep your remarks relevant to the consent agenda. If not.
Okay, cunt.
If you can.
Okay, cunt.
Okay, his time is forfeited. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm bringing up again your periodic financial report for February of this year. In Fund 31500, the San Diego County Sanitation District, you have $75 million in cash and fund balance sitting there. And so Section 8.3, the Capital Improvement Program Identification, lists a few different projects. Some of them are currently in construction and some are out for bid. But there's a few of them that don't have a timeline. The Lakeside Large Diameter Sewer Improvements, the Lakeside Small Diameter Sewer Improvements, and La Presa Sewer Phase 1, Hamishaw Forest Main. So anyway, I was wondering how much all of these are going to cost and how much money of the $75 million it is and how much money you're going to have left over from that. And then the other thing is on Table 13, the reported sewer volumes based on defect. In 2017, there was one big spill that was 76% of all spills within a 12-year period from 2012 to 2023. 2012 to 2023. And so the cause of that is other. This is like the biggest thing. So I want to know, what is the cause? And then the main reason why I wanted to talk about this is because in the sanitation district, in your agenda, you have non-agenda public comment for the sanitation district. And we're not able to sign up for the non-agenda public comment for the sanitation district. And so I think that's something that you need to change. You know, I have different things about the sanitation district. The main thing.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on the items in the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Supervisor Desmond.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson Remer.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We now move on to Wednesday discussion items 2 and 3. Beginning with item 2, this is the Traffic Advisory Committee and related CEQA findings. We'll begin with public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson Remer. We have 9 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 2 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, Michael Brando, and Mark. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Cesar Javier, District 9, City of San Diego, District 4, County of San Diego. Whatever the name is, we are all San Diegans, and we should think not by districts, but think as one. That's the defect. That's monopoly plus discretionary minus accountability equals corruption. Our political jurisdiction even is faulty, and that's why in this item I would say the Traffic Advisory Committee should be disbanded, taken over by Sandag, like this Transnet Commission. Sandag is taking over. Why? There is a preponderance of civilians, non-political positions. It's not politicized. It's not politicized totally. There is a counterbalance, the civilians. This is what we need in all our discussions, public participation. Where are we? We are we are blockaded by your electronic system to block even the have-nots. Who among us would like to come here? Many, but they cannot. Why? Because they are busy working to pay bills and bills and bills. Stip, Madam Stip, I have a high respect to you. I voted for you. And yet you put the corrupt officials representing the Air Pollution Control District. The mayor, whom you served in the city, corrupt, absent during the deliberation, discussion. Ma'am Remer, you were the witness. I was shoved off from the meeting because I was telling the truth. Air Pollution Control District is for money, not for public.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Officers, can I read it here?
If you could please take that with you. Thank you.
My person uses the name Audra. I meant to say before, too, when you're releasing water, if you're doing that when it's raining, it could potentially lead to flooding, and I'm wondering if that's what happened in January 22 of 2024. Anywho, so I'm wondering why this costs $82,000 for staff time, materials, and supplies. I don't know what kind of supplies you need, and I thought we're already paying the staff, so it's like, why do they get extra money just to reduce speed limits and impede people's ability to get around? But you talk about reducing speeds on safety corridors, that you're designating these safety corridors, more like death traps, because it's like, you know, when you're putting in your roundabouts and, you know, there's a fire, people will die, but that's cool, because that's the point. Then you can just, you know, depopulate in that way. But I'm just wondering how you think reducing speeds actually helps GHGs, because you're going to be driving longer than you would if you were going faster. When you take away lanes or parking spots, you're actually making people have to drive around a lot more just to go and find one. But hey, that's okay, because there's a vehicle miles travel tax coming down the pipe, right? And that's going to be cool, because then you can charge people more for having to drive more to go find a spot. But I mean, hey, whatever, as long as we control the movements and get revenue, because there's going to be radar enforcement. How cool is that? And then, you know, we just get to give more money for, again, impeding our ability to go anywhere. anywhere. But it's kind of like, I'm wondering if you had to go to the bathroom really bad, would you walk slower or faster? Slower and then shit in your pants? I don't know. But hey, I guess there's diapers, so we could just do that. No big deal. Yeah, so just interesting to see what you guys are doing that is enforcing the United Nations whole enslavement plan. So good for you guys. You're doing very well at enslaving everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, this is an effort to control movement. I can tell you, by the way, having grown up here, I hate the roundabouts in La Jolla. It's totally worse than it ever used to. It used to be wonderful. It's just a pain in the butt now in every way. But that's intentional. And if you guys see an article in the paper today, in the Union Tribune, talking about this, it's intentional that they want people out of their cars. They're saying so. And of course, they're pretending that it's for climate change and all that. That's absolute bullshit. People need to see this video. This is Rosa Corey, California expert court witness. She worked for the Department of Transportation as a district branch chief. Her specialty was eminent domain, land use, and property valuation, meaning her word was accepted in a court of law as the highest authority on those subjects. And she says in her videos, you can see this, there's also parts 2 and 3 and 4, and you can see her saying that this is UN Agenda 21, affecting our land use documents, affecting our movement. It's really clear that this is turning us into a totalitarian society with our own tax dollars. And if you don't believe that, I apologize that my last, when I showed this video audio clip on my phone before, that it was so fast and hard to understand because Klaus Schwab has such a heavy German accent. But people can see this video in about a minute of Klaus Schwab saying that he's penetrated governments, including half of Canada, Trudeau, Macron, presidents of countries, and Governor Newsom is a young global leader for the World Economic Forum. So why anyone would think that the global corporations want to help us in our sovereignty, I don't know. He shouldn't be in government. No one that's a young global leader should be in government. See these 2 videos. Start at 3 minutes, 40 seconds for Rosa.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael. We are going to see the breakdown of old structures, and that they are going to be financial, political, legal, medical, right across the board. We are going to see the breakdown of old structures.
What does that have to do with this item? It has to do with the collapse of the civilization that we knew. Now, I know in my heart that even as things like this show up on the agenda, all of this is going to self-implode, just self-implode. Because, you know, people that hear speakers like Mark and Audra, they may think, oh, they're these batshit conspiracy theorists that the San Diego Union Tribune talks about. But the fact of the matter, the things that they're saying are accurate. This is all about trying to control people's movement, control their lives, you know, building the roundabouts. You know, it talks about safety corridors in here. Where have we heard that before? Safety, safe and effective, safe and effective. Remember that, Jim? Safe and effective? It all ties together. And it's very easy to get upset. It's understandable to get upset about agenda items like this because it seems like, oh my gosh, the technocrats are getting control. They're actually going to succeed in what they're doing and trying to eliminate people's movement. Now, I don't know about other speakers. I know that's not going to work. That doesn't work. And again, all these topics are tied together, Tara. Technocracy, you know about that, Jim? You missed this yesterday. He talks about that in this book here. I'll mention it later. But the good news is people have the capacity to create something new and not with these nonsense reports that staff provides and the things that you people say. It's over.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
All abold. I see lots of silly 5 mile per hour speed limit reductions, and I mean, they'll get us nowhere faster and do nothing for safety. And who and how much extra will we pay to enforce these? I mean, are you going to exhaust the police who are understaffed already with mandatory overtime and the related costs? I mean, do a bit of thinking before you enforce stupid, idiotic 5 mile an hour speed limit reductions. And Audra's non-agenda, by the way, was interesting. Regarding your behavior yesterday, I think Audra may be volunteering for the behavioral monitor I was suggesting you get yesterday. And frankly, since she's here probably more often than you are, I think she'd be a pretty good one. Thanks for hearing me.
Good morning, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippett. The county has nearly 20,000 staff who work on county programs and services, but a critically important position that doesn't seem to have ever been created is one that oversees county programs, their ordinances and policies, to evaluate them and determine whether they complement or undermine each other, whether they are cost effective, whether they were a good investment, or did little more than create a growing bureaucracy that exists only to ensure its own survival. One does not have to be prescient to see that allowing pot bars in unincorporated communities and on their dark and windy roads will put residents at risk of marijuana-related crashes. An analysis of drivers killed in marijuana-fatal crashes found 38% were speeding and 48% were not using restraints. The Traffic Advisory Committee should look at how their efforts to establish safety corridors in Ramona, Dehesa, Spring Valley, Campo, and Casa de Oro will be neutered, if not worsened, by marijuana customers getting high, which takes less than 2 minutes and would impair driving for 6 to 8 hours. The edibles that would be served would take 20 to 40 minutes to impair driving, but the impacts wouldn't be felt for 2 to 3 hours after ingestion, when their driving skills would be the worst. There are no driving services in unincorporated communities. This is really a terrible program that none of the 500,000 residents asked for or were allowed to say no to. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Ann Riddle. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller.
Consuelo. So I just wanted to point out how Mr. Javier, is 100% on point. Sandag has got its nose in everything. Let's be real. Once the people get wind about things like VMT, they're not going to care. They'll be just as complacent to do whatever government tells them, just like when it mandated an experimental injection. We're now walking amongst GMO people, some on the dais. I'm sure all of you. But anyways, I wanted to I wanted to say something that I did mention at Sandag, and here it goes. Hopefully there's... Oh, okay, sorry. Here we go. Come on.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, got it. So, question. Why is it that every Sandex project, with every Sandex project, it has to be pitched with having pros and cons? Sandex pitches something huge with our money, there better be no cons. None. Zilch. Step up your game or get out of trying to control our traffic and our travel. Be transparent as you preach you are. It's not about being effective or efficient for the tax-paying indentured servants. It's about control. The control of travel. The control of all movement, everywhere. It's about laying down the blueprint for the implementation of the United Nations Agenda for the 21st century. So when you say you're trying to engage the public in your project plan, please do be transparent and let them know that this is what Sandag is really doing. The illusion of them working for the people is just that. We see here that Sandag truly is not concerned with the people's concerns. Come on, San Diego, wake up. Your time has expired.
Got it?
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Yeah, I don't really agree with any of this because you guys run everything through a DEI lens, which means you're not hiring for the skill. You're hiring based off of color of skin, much like our CAO, according to the lawsuit that is being pushed out right now.
Just a reminder that we are on item 2. That's the Traffic Advisory Committee in relation.
Yes, DEI.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm talking to that regarding the DEI lens that you guys go ahead and hire. We had flooding before based off of this that you guys did not think about throwing all that concrete would go ahead and add floodplains and then also not clearing out storm drains. That was because of your DEI initiative saying that you no longer need skill or knowledge of the stuff to go ahead and perform these actions. Now, do I trust you guys doing anything? No wonder why things cost 10 times as much money. You are not hiring skilled labor to do it, so therefore it costs ungodly amount more money, and the job gets done wrong. And so we don't actually get what we pay for because we're no longer hiring skilled labor. We are hiring based off of the color of our skin, much like our CAO, according to Michael Vu, which was hired because she is black. I think that's fucked up, but if our county wants to go ahead and hire people based off the color of their skin or who they like to get fucked by, then of course we're going to run into a lot of problems and we're going to be losing a lot of money and people are going to be more and more on the street because we are not hiring based off of skill. We're hiring based off of who you like to get ass brains by. I do not understand why you guys are so insistent on saying, hey, look, we don't care about your skill. We care who you get fucked by. And that should determine whether or not you know anything about floodplains. Oh, you like getting it up?
Now hear from the final caller. Again, this final caller is Ann Riddle. Your device might be muted. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer not hearing any comments from that individual. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments on this item?
To approve item 2.
Yes, I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Seeing no request to comment, please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We now begin with item 3, the 2024 General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report, application for Sandag Smart Growth Incentive Program and Grant and related CEQA exemption. I hand it over to county staff for a presentation.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Supervisors. I'm Rami Telli, Interim Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. I'm joined today by Mark Slovic, Heather Conklin, and Jennifer Kasmer. Today we'll be sharing the 2024 General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report and the grant resolution for a Sandag Smart Growth Incentive Program application. Much of the easily developed land in San Diego County, including the unincorporated communities, is already built out. What remains often comes with barriers, whether it's physical constraints such as limited access, environmental concerns like wildfire risks or sensitive habitat, and compatibility with surrounding uses, or legal limitations from new legislation or potential litigation. This challenge isn't unique to San Diego County. Jurisdictions across California are facing similar obstacles. Despite this, the county has leaned in. We've implemented progressive housing policies and embraced innovation. We're among the first counties in the state to earn a pro-housing designation, and we continue to be seen as a statewide leader in housing policy and practice. Today's update on our 2024 housing numbers will include analysis of trends, highlighting some of the reasons we're seeing decreases in some areas and increases in others. Our team remains committed to working with stakeholders on the path forward to help solve the need for housing in the unincorporated communities of San Diego. We'll wrap up today's presentation with a summary of the key housing initiatives we have underway. We'll come back to the board with initiatives that we will come back to the board with over the next 2 years. Before we dive into the data, let's start with some background information. The general plan is the county's long-term blueprint for the unincorporated areas, guiding future development and growth. It outlines an environmentally sustainable approach to planning and balances the need for infrastructure, housing, and economic vitality while maintaining and preserving communities, agricultural areas, and open spaces. One component of the general plan is the housing element, which focuses on housing development in the unincorporated areas. The housing element includes an implementation plan with over 50 programs that support housing access. Each year, the state of California requires the county to release the general plan and housing element annual progress report, also known as the GPAPR. The purpose of today's presentation is to share the GPAPR data on housing production and updates on implementation actions. We'll begin by looking at the data the state uses to track housing needs and measure local progress. The Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, is the state's way of assigning housing goals for households of all income levels to every city and county. These goals are tied to each jurisdiction's housing element, which is required by law and must show how the community will plan for future housing needs. While RHNA identifies each jurisdiction's minimum housing obligation, more housing may be needed based on factors like population growth, market demand, and local economic conditions. We're currently in Cycle 6, which spans from 2021 to 2029. During this period, the state identified a need for approximately 2.5 million new homes statewide. The San Diego region's share is over 171,000 units. Sandag allocates this across the county and all 18 cities based on access to transit, jobs, and services. The county's share for the unincorporated area is 6,700 units. The county is responsible for ensuring there's enough capacity for those units through the housing element and for supporting development through its housing programs. This bar graph shows those units divided across the income categories: above moderate, moderate, low, and very low income. This is to ensure there is affordable housing for households at all income levels. Again, the county is responsible for housing development in the unincorporated areas that are outside incorporated cities. Those cities are responsible for affordable housing development in their own communities. In addition to covering affordable housing, the GPAPR also tracks projects and housing units as they move through each step of the housing development process. The process for developing new housing starts with an application submitted for a housing development project. Some applications require a discretionary review process, while others move to a ministerial building permit review process. Discretionary projects generally take longer and can be more expensive because they typically require environmental review and may require a hearing before the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors before receiving an approval. On the other hand, the ministerial process is generally faster and less expensive with less review involved. Recent state law has expanded the type of projects that are reviewed ministerially, making it easier to build certain types of housing. After a project application is approved, the next step is to apply for a building permit. Once a building permit is issued, construction can begin on a home. Lastly, after the home is built, the county inspects it for safety, and if it passes the final inspection, it's ready for move-in. This process can vary in length, depending upon the project, but most projects do not move through all 3 steps within the same calendar year. Now that we've provided some background on RHNA and the permit process, we'll get into the data, starting with the project applications that were approved in 2024. 32 applications associated with 231 units were successfully completed, reviewed, and approved by the county during the calendar year of 2024. This includes both discretionary project applications and SB9 ministerial lot splits. These approved projects are now ready to move forward into the building permit stage. In 2024, 1,088 housing units in the unincorporated area were issued building permits, allowing construction to move forward. These are the units we officially report to the state as part of our annual progress report towards our RHNA goals, along with an estimate of which income levels the homes will likely serve. Again, RHNA's allocation for the county is 6,700 units. This bar graph and the numbers on the screen show our progress over the past few years up to 2023 towards meeting that goal. The yellow lines represent our assigned goals for each income category. We'll now focus on how the 1,088 units that were issued building permits in 2024 contribute to that progress. 430 units were considered affordable to above moderate income households. We've exceeded our goal in this category and continue to make steady progress. 224 units were affordable to moderate income households. With that, we've also met and exceeded our goal for this income level. For the low income households, there were 285 units this year. This brings us to 99% of our RHNA goal for this category, on track to meet or exceed it by 2029. 149 units were affordable to very low income households. That puts us at just 24% of our RHNA goal for this category. Overall, we're halfway through the 8-year RHNA cycle, and we've already reached 84% of our total goal for the permitted units. However, it's important to note that we still have work to do to meet our goal for very low income housing. These units are typically the hardest to build because they often require subsidies from the county or other government programs. We'll discuss some of the actions the county is taking to close that gap later in this presentation.
The final stage in the housing development process is when construction is completed and the home is ready for occupancy. Once the final safety inspection is passed, the unit can officially be occupied. In 2024, a total of 954 new homes in the unincorporated area completed construction and were ready for move-in. The general trend line for completed homes from 2000 to 2024 is shown on this slide. Housing trends may be somewhat cyclical in nature with periods of decline and recovery. Homes completed show a general upward trend since 2011, with a pandemic-related decline and recovery consistent with state and national trends. However, within the unincorporated county, a slight decline in completed homes in the unincorporated county has been observed in the past year. Various factors locally, statewide, and nationally impact housing production. Economic factors such as rising interest rates, material and labor costs, as well as fire and litigation risks, among other factors, may be contributing to the observed decline in housing production in the unincorporated county. On the other hand, funding for affordable housing projects and changes in state law to make housing development easier may be contributing to an upward trend in certain types of housing, like accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. We do note a decline in discretionary applications submitted. Developers have noted that one of the biggest factors affecting housing production, particularly discretionary projects, is state law regarding vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. However, with various complex factors affecting housing production, it is not possible to ascribe the effects to a single factor. The GPAPR reflects data on unincorporated area housing production for 2024. This report is not intended to provide a more in-depth exploration of broader housing production trends and factors. The adoption of Senate Bill 743, which shifted transportation impact analysis from level of service to VMT, has added challenges for certain types of projects in the unincorporated area. To help streamline development, the county adopted guidelines for VMT, referred to as the Transportation Study Guide, or TSG, that identified areas where housing could move forward without VMT analysis or mitigation. However, litigation was filed against the county challenging the adoption of the TSG. In a recent decision, the Court of Appeals ruled against the county, invalidating the county's definitions of infill areas and small project exemptions from VMT analysis. While the county evaluates the next steps on VMT, the recent court ruling underscores the uncertain nature of land use and housing development today in light of legal challenges. While the ruling does impact some in-process projects, the majority of projects will not be affected and can continue to move forward. Housing projects that are consistent with the county's general plan can continue to use the 15183 exemption to streamline the environmental review process and not have to analyze VMT. The 15183 exemption will continue to provide a path forward for housing projects. Per previous board direction, staff also continues to evaluate the potential options for a VMT mitigation program and will return in the winter for direction on developing a program.
In addition to reviewing housing development applications, PDS and other departments of the county worked on programs to improve housing access. We'll highlight some of the programs that were worked on or completed in 2024. Construction began on 139 affordable housing units in the unincorporated area funded by the county's Housing and Community Development Services Department, or HCDS. And although not counted towards the county's RENA progress, which is specific to the county's unincorporated area, HCDS also provided funding for 7 affordable housing projects under construction in 2024, which will add 556 housing units within the cities where those projects are located. We also continue to offer free, pre-approved building plans to save costs for people building accessory dwelling units on their properties. And staff are reviewing tentative parcel maps that qualify for SB 9 streamlining in under 60 days, which is allowing housing construction to get started more quickly. And we also released new resources, including maps, checklists, and an ADU handbook to speed up housing being built by helping people understand new state laws and requirements. In addition to the actions already completed and started during the past year, we are continuing to develop new programs and resources to support housing. We plan to return to the board later this year with a housing workshop. The workshop will discuss housing development in the unincorporated county and future policy paths, and sets the stage for upcoming projects such as the VMT mitigation program, inclusionary housing ordinance, and the sustainable land use framework. Furthermore, the county continues to work on additional housing projects, including removing barriers to housing, the housing blueprint, code updates, and more. Now we are going to switch the discussion to the discussion of the Smart Growth Incentive Program grant. To further advance housing element implementation efforts, the county is working to secure grant funding in support of key actions such as the Sandag Smart Growth Incentive Program. Including this grant effort in today's item ensures efficiency and timeliness for the grant application. The proposed grant would support the implementation of multiple housing element actions focused on facilitating development within transit nodes in coordination with transit agencies and establishing development standards and incentives to promote housing production and coordinate public infrastructure improvements. A Buena Creek specific plan, prepared in coordination with the North County Transit District, would provide a comprehensive planning framework for the area, building on prior efforts, including the development feasibility analysis, to guide future land use, mobility, infrastructure, and design strategies in this key VMT efficient area. The plan is one of several coordinated efforts aimed at positioning the area for future development and facilitating housing opportunities in the area aligned with the housing element goals. A resolution and board policy waiver authorizing the county to apply for this grant and accept funds, if awarded, is included as part of today's action. In closing, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors find that today's actions are not subject to CEQA, accept the 2024 General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report, waive Board Policy B29, which requires full cost recovery for grants, and adopt the resolution authorizing PDS to apply for and accept Sanday grant funds for the Buena Creek specific plan. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will first give my colleagues an opportunity to ask any questions of our staff, then we'll turn to public comment, and then we'll have a board discussion on this item. Any questions regarding the presentation?
I'm going to wait until after public comment to ask my questions.
Okay. Supervisor Anderson?
I also will wait and then ask questions if that's okay.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
I do think before turning public comment, if council deems it appropriate, quite relevant to this is the most recent court case regarding VMT and the public ruling on that matter. I think it's hard to have a reasoned conversation on these topics without public understanding of sort of the legal status of the VMT litigation. So not to put you on the spot, but I know you know these issues extremely well. So if appropriate, I do think it would be helpful to the public to have some transparency on the status of that litigation.
Sure. So I can explain what is publicly available information. So in 2022, in September of 2022, the county adopted its VMT threshold, which is under CEQA, how you study whether something is a significant impact for transportation. That was called our Transportation Study Guide. That was challenged. The trial court found that it was valid. That was appealed up to the Court of Appeals.
Can you pause?
Sorry.
I'm challenged on what grounds, that it was too high, too low? I mean, I just want to, what about it wasn't good?
The grounds that was challenged was that the infill threshold and the small project threshold were inappropriate. And so those were challenged. That was appealed up to the Court of Appeals. We recently received that decision that they agreed with the petitioners, that there was not sufficient evidence supporting those standards, that a project using them would be less than significant. So as was reported out earlier, the county is deciding to appeal that up to the California Supreme Court, and there's also been a petition for rehearing filed at the Court of Appeals. Is there any further information?
I just want to try to translate. Let me just to make sure. And again, this is obviously just relevant to the whole, when we're talking about the general plan and housing element, the VMT conversation has been really central. So I just want to make sure that as the public comes up to comment, that there's a transparency on all of these issues. So just to translate, and please correct me if I misstate, that when we adopted our VMT guidelines, that we included a bunch of areas that we designated infill that did not actually meet the rules for what the state had said would be allowed for VMT. But we said, look, we have enough evidence that it meets the intent, if not of those rules. And so we had a more expansive area that would not require VMT mitigation, because we included all the infill areas in addition to all the areas that would have been below the 15% threshold. So it was a lot more areas of our county that did not require mitigation because we included the infill map. But that's what was challenged, that actually you can only utilize that 15% threshold. You can't use the infill areas. And we said, no, we can, we have enough evidence, and we lost in court, and we're now appealing it. So at the kind of the core of the issue is whether we can include sort of more areas in our county for housing development that do not require VMT mitigation.
Yes, that's a fair gist. What remains, what the court did not touch and what was not challenged was our threshold that says that vehicles or projects that have an average vehicle miles traveled of 15% below region-wide, which is county-wide, have no impact on transportation, no significant impact. That remains. It's our infill threshold that I think that was the county's attempt to meet the intent of SB 73 for facilitation of infill development that was invalidated by the Court of Appeal.
So the court said region-wide average is the right average, 15% below is the right threshold, and anything else we're throwing out. Okay, and we're challenging that ruling. We've appealed it.
Correct. That's a good summary.
Okay. Again, just want to make sure we're all kind of transparent on what's going on, because I think that informs this whole conversation around the general plan and housing elements. So I have a lot of thoughts and questions, but just that was mostly for transparency's sake. So why don't we go ahead and take public comment, and then we can have a board discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 6 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment without a position identified. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 3 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 1 minute to address the board since there are 10 or more speakers on this item. I will be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Lori Filer, Cesar Javier, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward. Lori, you can come on up. And just pull the mic down a bit. Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. My name is Lori Holt-Filer. I'm here on behalf of the Building Industry Association of San Diego County, and this annual report confirms our fears as it relates to the status of housing in our region. There is not sufficient housing being built to house more of our local workforce here at home, reduce commuter traffic and carbon emissions, or support economic growth and regional equity. With the growth of in our jobs, our workers need to live somewhere, and only that somewhere is not in San Diego. Over 140,000 people commute into San Diego County from neighboring regions like Riverside, Imperial, and south of the border. There's an opportunity for this board to deal with our housing crisis that we have in San Diego County as the people that live and work here that need to be housed here, and you can change your policy to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cesar Javier, retired handyman, a substitute teacher. Attended 2 years night classes, National University on Education. Now I am a teacher. You run for an assigned leadership as Board of Supervisors. You need not to campaign if you are the true leadership. I am hitting, not offensive, to Montgomery Steve. He knows footnote 7 in her district, particularly District 4, where she came from and promoted to board supervisor. He knows that corruption there. Footnote 7 means the district, former district of her, was...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You know the story, ma'am. Step down.
My person uses the name Audra. That's a lot of data. It's a lot of terabytes. Anywho, so it's interesting that you guys are claiming to be the leader in the state for housing policy and practice. Does that mean you're the leader at failing at doing it? I mean, it's just interesting to see that the number of houses in the county went from like 108,000 to over 171,000. Like, we're never going to keep up with it, ever, because you guys are more concerned about following your climate action plan, even though the VMTs have been determined to be ineffective and not something that you can actually really use. So it's interesting that you're continuing to do that. You're continuing to impede the ability for the housing to come forward with your climate action plan, and we're never going to be able to really make up for that. And it's just really sad to see, especially when we're in, everything in county is a high fire zone as well. I mean, if you really cared about housing, you would put it together at all costs.
Thank you. I'd like to invite for the remaining speakers in person, Michael Brando, Sean Kilkenny, and Mark. Call your name, please come forward.
Michael, related to this item, the nameplates for these staff people need to be displayed. I can go back and listen to the video and find out exactly who they are so other people can do the deep dive research about the misinformation and lies that they provide here. And another thing, Tara, if you want to talk about transparency, how about educating people about what SANDAG is? Most people don't even know what SANDAG is. And all of this smart nonsense, it's actually stupid nonsense, goes back to what I talked about earlier yesterday, the war for technocracy, Jim. David A. Hughes, COVID-19 psychological operations and the war for technocracy, that's what we're in. You did say something accurate. One of these guys did say something accurate. He said, this comes with barriers. And he said, jurisdictions are facing similar obstacles. That's right, because all of this nonsense is going to self-implode. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Quick question. Can I have 2.5 minutes, Vice Chair? Okay.
And sorry, unless you have a group speaking, you're at 2 minutes.
So there's 1 minute put on the
Apologies,
speaker.
1 minute because we have more than 10 speakers. Sorry.
Okay, okay. My name is Sean Kilkenny. I'm here because I believe I can be a force for change and progress. As the Vice Chair said last week, when we fight, we win. So I'm here to stand up to an institution that's harming the public good because it is a core duty. A couple of concerns. Last year, the county actually eliminated 5 times more homes from RENA sites inventory than it approved through the discretionary approval process over the last 4 years. Building permit activity is down 28% since 2022, yet allegedly the number of very low, and moderate income units has increased by 20%, even though house prices are high and costs are high. The county is over-relying on ADUs to meet its RENA obligations. 30% of the total BPs, which is nearly 3 times the state allowance and twice as much as the HCD allows, based on their guidance. This doesn't provide for diversity of housing options, which is the first goal of the housing element. Only 9 of your 236 RENA sites have actually pulled building permits in the last 4 years. Only 126 units of deed-restricted housing have been permitted. The county is 4 years behind schedule to update your zoning ordinance. That's the reason you're not seeing projects.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have 1 minute. Mark, so little time. So this problem can never be solved if they don't stop inflation. You need to see this from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes. And correct the wealth distribution. You need to see that. It's only a 6-minute video. These are titles on YouTube. Rosa Corey is an expert in this. She talks about how it's UN Agenda 21. She's an expert in land use and property valuation, so this is her specialty. This is SANDAG, limiting our movement. They're at 1 hour, 22 minutes, 50 seconds. They are a non-governmental organization, and exactly what Rosa Corey talks about as an expert. This is Klaus Schwab saying that he's infiltrated governments, including Newsom here. And from this video here is a quote at 5 minutes, 28 seconds. The United Nations and the World Economic Forum signed a strategic partner framework in 2019. On September 22nd, 2020, the United Nations General Assembly announced that China would be tasked with collating all the world's data on human movement and activity. It is called GEOINT.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Old bold. The regional housing needs report, apart from misdefining very low income, and the HUD says it is 30% AMI, not 50%, says that the goal is to build 1,824 housing units for very low income people, of which 24% have been permitted unset. The other categories, low to above moderate, all had 99% or higher built. This is a developer's dream. Higher rent and no way to solve the affordability crisis. Big scam, highly discriminatory. I would call it unsteady progress toward the county's goals. And asking Sandag for grant money is highly unlikely to pan out. There is something you could do, however, create faster, cheaper housing. You could.
Now hear from the next caller.
Swallow. So thanks for that opaque clarification on transparency, Tara. At least it's not vehicle minutes traveled like Mayor Terry Gasterlin once suggested at a Sandag meeting. Cray cray. Hey, but I'm sure that's around the corner once all the tax cattle gets chipped like their pets have been. I'm really hopeful that staff wakes up and gets that all they do is actually not for the betterment of our county or for safety or for equity or sustainability, but in fact, it's all to assist in laying down the foundation of the implementation for the United Nations agenda for the 21st century. They want us to sacrifice in lowering our quality and standards of living, all for control, all for enslavement of humanity. That may sound melodramatic to some, but not to the ones paying attention. So if you are paying attention, you'd know that government moves incrementally on purpose. They conquer a little here and a little there throughout the county, going against what each individual city's people want in incorporated areas.
Thank you. Now hear from the next speaker.
I want to say thank you, Tara, for going ahead and showing that transparency. That transparency just proves my point that much further. See, in order to get through bullshit rules that California puts through, it requires the help of the government to bypass bullshit rules that you recognize as a bullshit rule. But yet, an individual homeowner that wants to go ahead and do something like that, oh, hell no, they're not going to be able to do that because they're not going to be able to take it to all the way up to the Supreme Court. They're not going to have the money to do that. So your arrogance proves my point. You do not work for the people. You work for these corporations, and you get the government to do your bidding to help these corporations. So wipe that smug look off your face.
I'll hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. In the report, it says OHIs continues to have capacity in the building partnership program for public-private partnership to help establish sleeping cabinets on public property with one-time grants. What they didn't tell you is, I was in those meetings, and the county said, oh, we can only give you $10,000 for private homes, and we're not going to give you any money for the shared bathrooms or the kitchens that are required. And we're also going to give you $0 for operating costs. And everybody said, well, then we can't do it. We actually need funding. For example, the Lemon Grove or Troy tiny homes project you have, you're giving $350,000, almost $250,000 per each little tiny home. You're giving cost of $158,000 per cabin and operating cost of almost $200,000 per cabin. That's insane. And you could.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Good morning, Vice Chair Lawson Reamer and Supervisors. My name is Evan Strawn, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, and our mission is to make the San Diego region the best place to live and work. For our members, one of the top barriers to attracting and retaining talent is the lack of available and affordable housing in our region, including in the unincorporated area. Unfortunately, the annual progress report shows a decline in new housing in the county, including an 11% drop in permitted units and a 24% drop in completed units. While the report states that macroeconomic factors are definitely at play, Specific county and state policies, especially in regard to vehicle miles traveled, have undoubtedly hindered new and needed housing development. We encourage the board to focus on policies that promote housing development and remove barriers to construction this year and beyond, and look forward to working with PDS and the board to accomplish this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. I would like to turn to my colleagues for their thoughts. Supervisor Dazan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. I appreciate the report and giving us the information here where we are, but I feel like this report card this year is pretty much a mixed bag like it was last year, and we haven't really made any progress. Matter of fact, we've gone backwards with another lawsuit. And this is really, to me, it's a report on our policies. This board's, the state's policies, and the environmental lawsuits that just keep coming no matter what. Whatever gets built, there's a lawsuit that just drives people out of San Diego County, and they have to live in Riverside County and drive down here for the commute. And most of the environmental issues are all about GHGs and greenhouse gases, and yet we got all these miles added to people driving to and from affordable homes. And we're driving people out of the county, we're driving people out of the state. We've got to do better. And we continue to march ahead with our RENA numbers. We're about 84%, which is good. However, we continue to fall short in the very low category with only 24% of the goal met. But we also have to build affordable single-family homes. We just can't look at affordable housing only. You have to have a balance. All the infrastructure and all the requirements that we put on housing, you have to be able to sell single-family homes if you're going to be putting in affordable. It's not one or the other. They both have to come together. So I understand staff, you're working on an inclusionary housing ordinance, aimed at addressing this. But what I'm hoping, though, in this inclusionary housing is that it doesn't make it unaffordable for developers to get to build things here, to build housing here. And I think that's one of the biggest problems we have. So to be effective, we have to have a program that strikes the right balance between providing affordable housing units and making projects feasible for home builders. And talking to our home builders and the BIA and other agencies is what do we got to do to make you want to build housing here in San Diego County? And unfortunately, there's not much we can do in the lawsuits. We're getting sued whether we turn left, whether we turn right, whether we go forward, backwards. We're constantly getting sued, and that really just drives up the cost of housing. So we're doing good on the RENA. These are requirements of the state, but even if we build all 6,700 units, there's still the significant cost of living here, in the housing crisis on our hands. It's $1 million to buy a house here these days. Mentioned, my kids earlier. They're lucky, but most of their friends, they're mid-30s, cannot afford a house here, or they're moving someplace else. So that's a workforce, an educated workforce in most cases that is just leaving here. Our military, we're big veterans. A lot of veterans decide to stay here once they get out of the military. They're leaving. They can't afford to live here. We've got to make some changes. To this point, I'm concerned about the downward trend in this year's report compared to 2023. As was mentioned, 11% decrease in the number of permitted homes and a 24% decrease in completed homes. And the BIA, they wrote a letter expressing huge concern for the housing deficit, and I have to agree. Once the jobs start leaving jobs in biotech and other industries start leaving because their workers can't afford to stay here, we're in a world of hurt in San Diego County. So, the developers continue to feel the squeeze with overbearing regulations like VMT. Even in the board letter, you were kind. You said it was a cooling effect. I think it's a deep freeze. So I would refer to this cooling effect as a deep freeze. And we continue to have, our development community continues to have battling with permitting delays, cost, time, uncertainty, staffing shortages, the rules changing every other year. Moving forward, I think we have to ensure that our pipeline the process of housing project coming forward remains strong and replenishable. I'm not convinced that we're currently supporting that kind of, kind of projects in the pipeline, the need that we have coming for several decades to come. So to me, supporting the pipeline means incentivizing projects that build out in the unincorporated areas, the villages, and we absolutely have to have VMT reform. For the county, I think we have to honor our commitment, and I was glad to hear in your report, Mr. Slovic, that you talked about the CEQA exemption of 15183 for general plan consistent projects. So please, development community, bring those forward as fast and furious as you can before the state, screws that up, excuse me. But we got those general plan projects are our only hope, I think, right now going forward. And I think it's time we lay out the welcome mat for housing development in San Diego County. Then on the Sandag smart growth, I get it, that smart growth thing that they came up with, and hopefully they're going to be updating that soon. I don't know if that's from the old general plan or the old transportation plan or the new one. But it makes sense that, we want to put housing near transportation nodes in urban areas. We have one in the unincorporated area, one. We have 3,570 square miles of unincorporated area, 3,570 square miles, which is 84% of the land in the county is in the unincorporated area. And we have one transportation node. Sandag needs to include the unincorporated area or a carve out in the unincorporated area that says, okay, you don't have as many urban transportation nodes as the urban areas do. So to have that same criteria placed on the county just doesn't make sense. And the one node is in my district. I'm happy to see that, build out and get affordable housing near it and next to it. We can't move fast enough, and I know staff is working on the infrastructure and things like that to move that forward. But this smart growth program does not work for the unincorporated area. It's just too restrictive. So I'll wrap it up with that. We need more housing in San Diego County. We are way behind. And I know, unfortunately, nobody wants any housing built next to them. We got to get over that. We got to be able to keep the next generation of San Diegans in having a place to live. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I know our attorney, he'll put you back on the hot seat. When we first came up with the VMT model, this board, previous board, voted to go with the unincorporated model, which allowed a lot more housing to be built. The unincorporated model instead of the regional model. The regional model that we're in right now restricted us down. Cut us down for the number of housing to about 90% of the available housing, available lots, went from it was cut by about 90%, cut from about 50,000 down to 5,000 homes or lots that could be built on. So that's what would happen when we went to the regional model. I would like to see, and maybe I'll bring it forward later, but this isn't a motion at this point in time, because I know this is just received the report, is to go back to the unincorporated model. Yes, we'll get sued. We're getting sued regardless. So I guess what's the, I'm sure there's risks or the involvement, or can we unwind this and just go back to the unincorporated model and open up a lot more housing opportunities in San Diego County? That's for you. Ingo, give that to you for you to answer.
This board has the power to adopt nearly any threshold it wants to adopt, including 15% below regional, with regional being defined as the unincorporated area. Board has the power to change, and we would talk to you in detail in an attorney-client privilege way about the various risks that the board would need to balance to do that.
Okay. Well, and I just want to, Vice Chair, when you mentioned earlier in your summation that the 15% was right, I think they accepted the 15%. I don't know that was the right number or not. But anyway, maybe I'll bring a board letter forward that hopefully takes us down that path and towards building more housing. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a couple kind of big picture comments and then sort of comments directed to board's various stakeholder groups as we move this forward. I think, first of all, I have from the very beginning, from the day I was elected, I've been very committed to needing to do so much more on housing. We have a housing crisis in San Diego County. We have an affordability crisis. I've said that time and again with dozens of board letters that I've brought here. And I think my colleagues have as well. I think we have some differences, some pretty significant differences on how we achieve those objectives. But I do think this board has been very consistent across all of our vast ideological spectrum that we need more housing, and we need more housing for San Diegans, and we need more housing that's affordable. So I just want to first of all, acknowledge that within the constraints that we're operating, I think we're actually doing quite remarkably well, right? That we've achieved 84% of our RHNA progress in a fairly short time period. But it's also absolutely not good enough. Yes, we're on track to more than exceed our RHNA allocation, and we should be proud of that. And I appreciate the work of counties. Sir, please be careful of your phone. Thank you. So I do appreciate the work of the team in getting there, but I also want to say it's woefully insufficient. It's not just not enough, it's woefully insufficient. So, and I'm particularly obviously concerned about moderate, low, and very low, where we're most falling short. We're 110% of our target on above moderate homes, and we are 24% of our target on very low homes. So that is something that I'm really focused on, and I want us to remain really focused on addressing, is how to unlock more affordable home development, moderate, low, and especially very low, but all of those three categories, acknowledging that I think we're doing relatively well according to the data on the above moderate. Second of all, I want to acknowledge that there's elements of what we've accomplished that fall outside the land use authority and are not reflected adequately in this kind of report, because it's our deed restricted housing and our affordable housing that we've developed on county-owned properties. I know that we've already built more than 2,000 affordable homes, and we have another 3,200 in construction, and that's not reflected in any of these reports because it's not in the unincorporated areas. These units are on county land and have happened because of county investments and the use of county properties and the diligence and focus of our team in moving forward board direction. And I want to acknowledge that. That's really good. That again is like thinking outside the box. Those are units that are not just subject to land use authority, but are really subject to how do we better leverage affordable housing investments and state funding, and bringing that state funding here to San Diego County. And I think that's very good. And I appreciate the support of our whole board. We as a whole board identified those county-owned land projects and approved them to move forward. And it's not reflected here, and I want to acknowledge that work and thank you all for that. And I think that's important for us to continue to look outside the box, since this has been so hard. That being said, just a couple things. I am concerned that a lot of what we're counting as a success are these ADUs, which doesn't seem to me to be the kind of solution we need. So I would like to better understand, and maybe this is a report back or in the subsequent meeting, but I'd like to better understand, are there incentives that we're currently directing towards ADUs that could be better directed elsewhere? Not towards ADU construction, because that's not going to solve our housing crisis. That's not a single family home. That's not affordable homes. Just an ADU is itself, the fact that so many of these units are ADUs, it gives me pause, and I'd like to better understand, like, does this make sense to continue offering incentives around ADUs and kind of within the limited financial constraints that we have in our current budget? Would it make sense to better direct those funds to other kinds of affordable housing construction in the low, moderate, or very low space? So that's very small little comment in the kind of grand scheme of things, but that is something that did stick out at me. So that is really for our county team. The other piece I would note is I want to say I am very frustrated with the situation around the VMT litigation. I thought that what we had put forward, which was to try to do the best we could to follow what seems to me as pretty clear state guidance, so that our VMT plan would not get thrown out by the court, but to also expand it as much as possible with the infill areas. I think y'all did great. You really thought long and hard about parts of our county that aligned with the intent of state legislation in terms of climate change and kind of development patterns. And we think we really did a wonderful job of identifying a whole bunch of other areas on our map that we could count as infill and therefore would not be subject to VMT mitigation. So I am very frustrated with that. And this is really to our stakeholders who are here today. I know you all are frustrated too. And I want to say it is very frustrating. I wish I could say we have a solution, but I don't think we do. I thought that that was the most expansive map we could possibly get through the courts, and even that was thrown out. So that is a very frustrating situation that we find ourselves in. On the other hand, I do want to acknowledge something that I think, again, needs to be reiterated. I haven't heard it come up as often as I think it should, which is the 15183 exemption. I think that's important to note because that ruling says, hey, any projects that are general plan compliant don't have to be subject to any kind of VMT rules or mitigation. And so as Supervisor Desmond said, let's not lose that. And I would really love to see our development community try to come up with more projects that meet that 15183 exemption and that are general plan compliant so that they can move forward. Because if you're general plan compliant, then this whole conversation around VMT doesn't apply. It's not applicable. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No need for correction.
Okay. So I'm just like uplifting that as like a nugget here. Big picture, very frustrating around our infill areas being thrown out. However, I think the 15183 exemption is something that we don't want to get lost because it means that if the project is general plan compliant, the VMT mitigation does not apply and a project can move forward, and the VMT conversation does not apply to that. So I'm just uplifting that and making sure that that did not get lost in the sauce here. Like I said, some small comments to our county team about ADUs, some big comments to our developer community about how can we get some more 15183 exemption type projects in the pipeline, because we know those can move forward. And then I would say, I think to my colleagues, I do think we're going to need to think outside the box here. And I appreciate, like I said, the work we've done on the 3,200 units that are under construction and the 2,100 we've already built. I think that was outside the box of looking at our county land. I like us to do more outside the box thinking like that. I know the community college districts and San Diego Unified are currently looking at building affordable housing for teachers and other staff, so that folks who live and work in our who live in our communities, or should I say, who work in our communities, can live in our communities. Our teachers and our administrators and front office staff in our schools. I think that's very interesting. Looking at how do we take a more active role in fixing our housing market, and I am very interested in what community colleges and San Diego Unified have been looking to do, and very interested in having more of those conversations where we look at, what else can we do to catalyze the investments we need in affordable, low, very low, and moderate income housing. And the last thing I would say is, yes, we stand around counting our arena numbers, And yes, we're doing well according to those numbers, but ultimately the test of our leadership is how well we rise to meet the housing crisis of our region. And so we both need to do our best in our unincorporated areas, but we also need to do our best for San Diego County broadly, even if we're not getting RHNA credit, even if we're doing things that are outside of our RHNA numbers and don't count for us. I think we've done that already with these developments in county-owned land, but I want us to continue doing that more broadly. So those are my thoughts. Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Luge team for bringing this forward. I know I'm looking forward to our additional conversations we'll have later on in the year. Understanding where we are with the RHNA numbers, I'm very concerned about the very low income threshold that we're not meeting. I would say that my priority is affordable housing and projects for first-time home buyers. That is really what I will continue to prioritize. I think in the vein of looking outside of the box, the Community Land Trust partnering with philanthropic organizations or nonprofit organizations is something else that I want to look more into. I think moving forward, the RHNA allocation is the baseline, and then us going above that with the very specific needs of our community. In my opinion, that definitely would not be above moderate, right? It would be moderate, low, and very low income, targeting programs to fill that gap. Keeping in mind, though, that I truly believe in my discussions in my working group that we created around land use issues and hearing different perspectives, that the consistency piece of this is almost better than incentives that we provide. I think one of the main issues is that everything is always changing. And so some of that is us, most of it is not. But I'm not saying we shouldn't provide incentives. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is consistency is good. And to that point, the zoning ordinance and the changes that we need to do there, I'm used to an annual update process. I know that the county has a process, but making those updates public and ensuring that the zoning ordinance both fits in with the state law compliance that we have to do, and communicating that to our community that is building is very, very important as well. I have a few questions, and that is, I wanted to know in the county-owned land that we are partnering with various cities to build units. I think I've been to 2 ribbon cuttings so far with that, where I'm seeing those efforts come to fruition. Of those 540 or so units that were mentioned, how many are very low income units?
Supervisor, through the chair, I'd like to ask David Estrella from Housing and Community Development Services or one of his colleagues to come help address that issue. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor. Thank you for the question. All of the units are restricted. I'll be able to provide you that breakdown further
like
to your
the AMI
office.
breakdown?
Yes.
Okay.
But they're all restricted, and they're all for very low and low income individuals. And the ones that are for very low income typically use a project-based voucher to subsidize that very low income category.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to ask too, and this is about the for sale housing, particularly first-time home buyers. So that usually comes in the smaller condominiums or townhomes or smaller single-family homes. How does the designation for sale fit into the RHNA, the way we factor the RHNA numbers?
Currently, thank you, Supervisor, through the Vice Chair. Currently, the RHNA numbers doesn't distinguish between for rent and for sale projects. So we look at the the topology, and we do our estimates in terms of what that would cost if it were available in the market.
Okay, I would like to know at a later date with our, I'm just, again, RENA numbers are our baseline, but I want to know at a later date, within all of those categories, I'm assuming very low and low, not many, but how many are for sale units or homes in each of those categories? So I want to close by just emphasizing the importance of having that annual land development and zoning code update to ensure that our programs and policies are in alignment with the state's land use policies. The lawsuits have a significant impact on how we're able to move forward or not, and I understand that. I personally don't think it's very wise to create policy that we know is going to cause additional litigation, because again, I think we need to level it out and get to a point of consistency so we can wrap our brains around on what these policies are doing and get creative in creating the units that we actually need. So I think that this item needs a motion. So I will move the item. I think that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have, by the way, I mirror many of the comments of my colleagues, and I'm not going to restate them. However, I do have a couple of questions of staff, if I may. I'm following this remotely, so if I get something wrong, I appreciate the staff correcting me. I don't want to state something inaccurately. There's been an increase in the portion of complete projects that are ADUs. In 2024, the ADUs accounted for 39% of completed projects. In 2021, it was roughly 16%. I'd like to know if staff has a theory and why they believe that's the case.
Thank you, Supervisor, through the Vice Chair. The increase in ADU production really coincides with a lot of the state efforts that have been put in place to provide more flexibility in terms of zoning code restrictions, things like setbacks, floor area ratio, or lot coverage. And so the state has provided these flexibilities in every housing legislation cycle since the 2016s and afterwards. And we are recognizing that there's an uptick in ADUs that follows that trend.
Thank you very much. As a follow-up, I know there are some jurisdictions, and I believe City of San Diego is one of them, that does not include non-deed restricted units in the RENA numbers. I believe ours we do, and why do we do that? I mean, why wouldn't we accept a different formula, and how can they get away with it?
Supervisor, we do work closely with the state HCD in terms of our approach to assess the units and allocate them across the income categories. We currently do not have an inclusionary housing ordinance, so there are much fewer deed-restricted units that do come through the county. And our process as a unit is permitted to look at the values of those projects, land values plus construction values. We also do comparison sales online to see what other similar units are selling for. We also coordinate and look at developers' websites to see what they're advertising those units for. And based upon that information, we then allocate the units across the income levels. And that approach is generally accepted by the state. We also continue to modify that methodology to make sure that we are accurate with every report that comes through.
So if it's non-deed restricted, but it's priced right, we do include it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, and I'm not sure that anybody's qualified to say this, but I'm interested in your opinion. Looking forward, with the trends that we're on, do you believe that we're in position to meet arena targets in the next cycle? And do you think HCD or SANDAG will allocate a smaller target to us so it's more achievable? You know, we saw the numbers have dwindled after the recent court case and what's actually possible in the unincorporated portions of the county, areas that we control. Do you see any potential relief or shrinking of more, or giving us numbers that are more reasonable and attainable? That's a long question. If you need me to repeat it, I can. No, I apologize for meandering through it.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I'll try to answer the question as best as I can. The state and SANDAG's methodology really evolves from housing cycle to housing cycle. And I can give you a really quick example of that. In the 5th housing cycle, the methodology to allocate RENA numbers to jurisdictions was based upon how much residential capacity they had in their general plan. So as the unincorporated area, we had a pretty high capacity of 58,000+ units. So our allocation for the 5th housing cycle was high. It was second highest in the region. We were 22,000 units, second behind the city. In the 6th housing cycle, the methodology that SANDAG used changed. They abandoned that practice of looking at capacity, and they looked specifically on a jurisdiction's access to transit, jobs, and services. And so that shifted the obligation to those jurisdictions that had those features. Our RENA obligation reduced from 22,000 to 6,700. That's why we're seeing that we're producing more in line with what our allocation is. The methodology for the next housing cycle, which would begin in 2030, has yet to be determined. We continuously work with SANDAG and state HCD to be on top of what that methodology is. And as we get closer to that housing cycle, we'll be part of those working groups with SANDAG in that process and certainly report back to the board in terms of what's happening in the next housing cycle.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, do you need a second?
Yes.
So seconded.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Steppe, a second by Supervisor Anderson. Seeing no other hands, please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
I just want to verify this is just to receive the report.
Yep.
Okay, yes.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Yep.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. So we now will move on to Tuesday. Shift change, except my colleagues, please don't move. Okay, we'll begin with item 2, which is establish appropriations and authorize the advertisement and award of construction contract for the San Pasqual Fire Station. Are you all ready?
Madam Vice Chair, we are ready. We don't have a presentation because this was on consent item.
Okay.
But happy to take any questions that you may have about the item.
Great. So if my colleagues, we have a motion from Supervisor Desmond. Any questions or a motion from my colleagues? A second. Okay, Supervisor Montgomery Steppe will second. We'll go to public comment and then board discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 5 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 2 from yesterday's agenda by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Mark, this is from the YouTube video titled Harriet Hagman Reads Direct Quote from Gavin Newsom to Tie Wildfire Disaster to His Policies.
I have an article that I have just recently pulled up. It stated that Newsom vetoed a bill to enhance fire mitigation so he could grab the land for affordable housing. This was a bill that was introduced in 2020, SB 182. It was authored by then State Senator Hannah Beth Jackson, a Democrat from Santa Barbara, whose district had just suffered the Thomas Fire. This bill sought to increase local planning requirements and guidelines for permitting development in certain fire hazard severity zones. But what happened to that bill? It passed through both the Senate and the House. It was actually a very good bill. What happened? Mr. Newsom vetoed it. Why did he veto it? Because it did not comport with his idea of getting rid of single-family homes and pushing people into multifamily homes. And in his veto letter, he actually stated, wildfire resilience must become a more consistent part of land use and development decisions. However, whenever a politician uses the word however, you know they're going in the opposite direction, don't you? However, it must be done while meeting our housing needs. And for him, he wanted the money and the attention and the policy to focus on multifamily homes, not in protecting and hardening the resources available for the existing homes. So call me a bit skeptical when I hear the folks on the other side jump up and down and scream and yell about the fact that they've been doing everything necessary to try to harden and try to address these catastrophes when the exact opposite is in fact true. These catastrophes that we have seen over the last couple of months did not need to happen. This is not about climate change. This is not about global warming. This is about bad land use decisions, bad policies, and restrictions of being able to actually make the kinds of changes that must be made. Mr. Ring, while you were being questioned earlier, you mentioned the need for ESA reform and penalties for frivolous lawsuits, but I don't think that you had sufficient time to explain what you were referring to. Would you please explain what you were talking about?
Well, Steve.
Obviously, there's not enough time, so I hope everyone gets to see the YouTube title I mentioned at the beginning. This is all a scam. Remember, he's a young global leader for the World Economic Forum.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. I'm just wondering what you're going to do with the other modular home that was smaller, 3 bedrooms. Now you're going to 4 bedrooms, and we're going to spend $865,000 on a modular home for the firefighters. Like, would it be cheaper to build a room, to expand the one that you already have? But are you going to tear it down? Is it going to be sold somewhere? What are you guys going to do with that? It's just interesting because you're doing it because you have increased staff, but I just find it interesting that it's not, I don't know, it's a lot of money for a modular home. I feel like you guys are always going to like the highest price. It's never like, let's get the cheapest price we could get. It's like, whatever that we're going to sell to the government, we are going to make sure that there is inflationary cost to that because, man, they'll pay anything. That's what's so funny. It's like, if you guys were really spending your money, you wouldn't probably spend it this way, would you? Right? Because it'd be different. It's not just the people's money that you guys have complete access to, because you have all these buckets of money that's just sitting there. Oh, we're like, we're in a deficit. Oh my gosh, don't tell anybody about our reserves, about that money, you know, in these little piles that just sit there. But yes, I would like to know what's happening with the other place. That would be good to know. Is it for sale? Can I go live there? I'm just wondering if we're going to have it available to, you know, provide housing if we need that. We shouldn't waste it, right? Maybe Claudia can go live there. Who knows, right? All right. Well, I have 9 seconds left. Tara, do you have any questions? No. Are you sure? All right, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Okay, Consuelo here. So yeah, just like the basketball court, that basically, you know, the highest cost that you saw when built on the internet was like 40 grand, and you guys wanted over 400 grand of our money. Same with this modular building. I'm positive it's way less. I didn't do a Google search, but I'm positive it is. It's like you guys are like those, you know, the personal shoppers that like likes to be frivolous with somebody else's money. It's like that, you can get something on sale, but it's like, it's okay, it's not my money. I'm gonna give it to my friend who sells the same for triple the cost. Yeah, that's what goes on here. Wasteful recklessness on our dime. So yeah, let's just, in the words of Blair Beekman, good luck with that. I'm done.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
So that you don't interrupt me, I'm talking about the DEI viewpoint that you look through, and that is why everything costs like 10 times as much money. We have to pay for lawyers, we have to pay for all that stuff. Things aren't going to be done the proper way. That's why we're going to go ahead and pay the extra money. These companies would fall if it was left to the private organizations, but because they work with the government, we're going to pay them 10 times as much money to do a job that the rest of us could do for like a quarter of the cost. Ain't that freaking amazing? And that's all because you guys hire based off of Michael Vu and Helen based off of the color of their skin or who they like to get screwed by, rather than whether or not they know the job. I mean, you're going to court over this right this second. So you can't tell me that is not your hiring practice when it clearly is. Even the CAO, which is crazy to me, that you would lower yourself down to that. Because there's no other reason why, because Michael Vu did the impossible. He turned all of California into a vote-by-mail state, and you believe in that system. He did that. Michael Vu did that, and you wouldn't promote him? That is amazing to me. So the reason why you chose based off of the color of skin. So, yeah, no, I understand why everything costs as much money. I just really wish you would get away from the DEI thing and hire people based off of skill rather than who they like to get screwed by, maybe by you. I have no idea. What is the deal? Because I want to know how I could get an answer from you that you promised me instead of giving me a restraining order.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Hi, Paula Bold. It's a great thing that 10 to 12 fire is getting 4 firefighters instead of just 2. With all the dangers of better energy storage, BESS, and EVs in high-risk zones or extremely high-risk zones that the county and state have not been able to control adequately. And I think I sent you the new map, by the way. I am surprised that any station in that area would have only 2 firefighters. That's ridiculous. I'm wondering, though, why a modular building costs $865,000, which is as much as regular construction. And as Audra mentioned, you could simply do an add-on. But actually, I was really wondering, if this old building has 3 bedrooms, why do the extra 2 firefighters, why does it result in them needing 4 separate bedrooms? I thought firefighters would be willing to sort of bunk together. Anyway, and I also hope someone's monitoring the speaker roster to see how many people actually re-registered to speak from yesterday. Anyway, thanks. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments from my board colleagues? Okay, we have a motion and by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Steppe. Please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Steppe?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, next we have item 10, ensuring safe and secure elections through supporting the use of voter ID in California elections. Supervisor Desmond, this is your item. Would you like to introduce it?
Yeah, I'd like to introduce it, and then I had more comments, I guess, after public speakers. But, so I'm bringing this item forward today because public trust in elections is at an all-time low on both sides of the political aisle. Have raised concern in recent years over election integrity. So it's time to restore the public's trust in the election system. One way we can do that is to advocate for the use of voter ID laws in California. Over 80% of Americans support the use of voter ID laws, according to the Pew Research Center. We have to show an ID to drive, to board an airplane, to get a job, to get a bank account, but not to vote. California passed SB 1174, which prevents local jurisdictions from asking for ID when someone is voting, which means there's nothing stopping someone going in person to a voting booth using someone else's name. This raises questions and concerns about our election system. This is why we should adopt voter ID laws which can alleviate vulnerabilities in our election process. So with that, I'll end my comments, and I have more after the public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 10 speakers on this item, so everyone will receive 1 minute. Please go ahead and call the speakers, Andrew.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 10 speakers, 4 requests to speak in person, 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 12 e-comments, 5 in support, and 7 in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 10 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra, Michael Brando, Mark, and Marco Espinoza. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio.
Oh my gosh, I'm incriminating myself the whole time. My person uses the name Audra. One of those modular homes costs $80,000 to $250,000. So you guys are crazy. Anywho, and you could split 1 bedroom into 2. Yes, I did vote for somebody else. I don't care. You guys commit crimes all the time, and you can put me in jail for it. That would be fun. But I mean, what would really make a difference is getting rid of the mail-in ballots, because like Justin was saying actually yesterday, is that you don't even use an ID for that. So, I mean, and if they're wanting us to be all mail-in, there's something that needs to be done about that, because anybody could take a ballot and vote for somebody else. So is it really making sure the elections are secure? And the fact that I was able to go in, I don't know, but then I'm wondering, maybe we should get rid of the need for all IDs. So instead of like needing to bring in IDs, let's just, I mean, we already have the, real IDs that everybody's gonna have to get, that you're gonna be enforced, otherwise you can't do anything, so,
Next speaker, please.
One minute. Thanks for bringing it forward, Jim. Mark, obviously it's a good idea. I mean, a poor person couldn't even cash their welfare check without an ID. So for obvious reasons, it's a good idea. The other thing is, a lot of people don't know, and I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I read this story. I think it was Venezuela, but some country that we think is backward and such, there were articles about how they actually had a much better election system. And I can't think of the term, it was chain of something. It basically meant from the second that you vote with an ID, it was followed. Your vote was followed and monitored, the entire chain. So we don't have anything like that. A lot of you out there may think that Gambler is a nut, but he did work for the Registrar of Voters, and he knows a lot about that. And you should listen to him about some of the things he says about that. ID isn't the whole answer.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, in a different context, Peggy Walker talked about a disturbing disconnect about this board saying this and doing this, and then they're actually doing this and doing that, which is something completely different. I find it interesting, Jim, the timing on this, because I have heard through the grapevine you're wanting to have a role in U.S. Incorporated. You know, you're running for Congress. So the timing of this is kind of interesting. And actually, it's not about distrust in elections. It's about the distrust that has been sown by voila, all of you and other politicians. But I'm not going to blame it just on you, because it actually does have to do with the populace. They're really not your constituents. You're actually a reflection of the aggregate level of consciousness, but that's changing, and that's good news. I like what Audra did. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, Marco Espinosa.
Hello. Long story short.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Marco Espinosa. Long story short, I oppose to item 10. 30 years old. The 29th of this month, actually, I'll turn 31. I reference that only because I was in what grade when I did my first time volunteering for the Registrar of Voters Office during an election. I have that little pin that they give you somewhere in storage. I've done it multiple times. First at my elementary school, and then I've done it in Coronado. I've done it in La Jolla. When you get your break, it's really nice in La Jolla. Anyway, it's a long conversation. I know this will come up again, and I'll have more words on it. But in terms of you don't have any options, you do have federal limit options. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will begin with our first caller.
Paul Bold. Jim, I agree totally. This would prevent non-citizens from voting, help prevent double voting, and avoid instances voting someone else's ballot. Whether or not there are other ulterior motives, we got to get the ballot here under control. Incidents such as those I mentioned, while still of relatively small scale, are on the rise, and identity verification is necessary. We need to rebuild trust in the system. And they're necessary, especially if you keep putting voter ID or confidential info on outside of mail ballots or ROV announcements. It wasn't on my last notice, though, so I am hopeful, but not sure about the next election.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello. Okay, Big Mama here to break it down. Voting was invented to enforce the illusion of choice and keep the public believing that they actually have a say in what goes on in government and in their country. So truth is there are no governments, only corporations, and they own all the candidates. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on the ballot. The billionaires have too much to lose to leave it to chance. And that is what's so. So wake up and, continue to write Santa, because that's what voting is, writing a letter to Santa for adults. Good Lord.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
According to Michael Vu, over 80% of the people vote by mail. So how does an ID actually solve the problem with someone stealing the ballot through the registration process? It doesn't. See, this is a smokescreen. The amount of ballots that get stolen at a poll site is very, 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 very low. That was done in a heritage research study way back in '93. The last legitimate study that it came regarding elections. The last study that came over there basically stated how people have stolen dead people's ballots by re-registering them and voting for them. The Republican Party knows this. That is why they went ahead with this ID thing, to keep away from this whole idea that they are stealing registration forms in order to steal their ballot in order to vote for them.
For the record, that speaker was Gambler. Hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. I'm deeply opposed to this item. Voter ID, to someone who doesn't know any better, is something that sounds good in concept, but in execution, it is horrible. The whole point of voter ID is to limit as many people from voting as possible, because the poor people that can't afford to pay for things like passports or new birth certificates or whatever are typically poor people, people of color, etc., who are in turn more likely to vote for Democrats. This only helps wealthy Republicans that, well, wouldn't you know, want to vote for people like Jim Desmond, because Jim knows that without some voter ID bullshit like this, he's going to lose against Mike Levin, because the district he's running for is a light blue district. So no, voter ID is unnecessary. We don't need to follow the path of red state.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Andrew Lawson, running for state assembly in the District of 79. I'm for voter ID, but now that I'm listening to this, I'm actually convinced this is just Jim Desmond's attempt at getting in hot with the Trump administration. Voter ID is necessary, as it's already been stated that you have to have ID to do everything else. There's no difference in having voter ID and proving who you are than it is to get a job. This isn't a ploy to discourage anybody from voting, but the opposition to this is, it's like, come on, have some common sense here. You got to prove who you are, dude. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey there, wealthy Republicans and wealthy Democrats, it's truth. Going on how many years Jim has been in office and never once spoke up about election integrity means it's campaign season. This is item one of 3 items that are going on Jim's campaign bucket list. But I asked Jim, what about the burning ballot boxes? What's the county's check against that? What about ballot harvesting? What can IDs do for that? Would the IDs be free, or would they cost money? How is a voter ID different than a regular state ID or a driver's license? What about the criminals stealing people's identities? How many dead people could potentially be deprived of the right to vote that they have enjoyed for decades? Seriously, there needs to be details on what a voter ID actually is. Is it an excuse to implement an unlawful national ID? And why isn't the county currently matching signatures and identity before someone votes? Why are there criminals in office allowing criminals to vote for them? Rhetorical question. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Rima, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond. And Supervisor Montgomery step after Supervisor Desmond.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm reading directly from the California Secretary of State website, which poses a question, it has that on there, I guess, on the frequently asked questions, is how do I identify myself when registering to vote? And the voter registration application asks you for your driver's license or a California identification card, or you can use the last 4 numbers of your Social Security card. And if you don't have any of these things, your county elections official will assign you a number that will be used to identify you as a voter. Nowhere does it qualify you to be a U.S. citizen. And in fact, here in the state of California, non-citizens can get a driver's license. You can go get a driver's license and then use that as an identification to register to vote. And some of the callers have brought up the other issues of what happens when you're voting, if you're voting by mail. I looked at many states. Some have different ways of dealing with that. One of which is on their ballot, they put the last 4 digits of whatever ID that they used when they did register to vote, or they send in a copy of the ID when they send in their mail-in ballot. So there's ways to fix this, and just want to make sure that U.S. citizens are voting. Even in the just recently, we found out that several thousand Social Security numbers were given out to non-citizens here in the United States. We've got to be able to make sure voting is very sacrosanct. It is a pillar of our democracy, a pillar of the country, and we got to make sure that people are voting and voting. Only U.S. citizens are voting. So, and this is not disenfranchising people. IDs are easy to get. If you're a U.S. citizen, it takes about 9 minutes to fill out the application on the DMV's website or in person. People over 62 years old or the homeless population and people fleeing domestic violence are able to get IDs for free. Low-income earners can qualify for reduced fees and only have to pay $11 for an ID. 38 states in the U.S., Canada, and also Canada, and most of Europe, and half of Latin America have some form of voter ID laws. If the concern is disenfranchisement, California should then make it easier to get IDs. In fact, I'm going to make an amendment to my own motion here to include support for any legislation that would increase access to IDs, may even make them free. It's time California joins this common sense approach to secure our elections and restore the public's trust in our elections. People are perfectly capable of obtaining IDs. And you don't have to show your ID just once. Whenever you travel, open up another bank account, you do it every time. And I think that should be the same for elections. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this board letter to support legislation that requires identification to vote in California elections and support any efforts to increase access to obtaining IDs to vote. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Thank you. Do we know if there are any bills currently in the state legislature that do allow for easier access to IDs when people are trying to register to vote? Is that a thing that is currently going through the process right now at the state level?
You're asking me? I'm not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I was asking just based on your amendment, because okay. That is when and if we do see that, that would be something that we can have an intelligent conversation about, right? We know that this does require that type of conversation, and there are other states, I believe, that that make it easier to access IDs if folks don't have one, if they're trying to register to vote. We don't right now have that in California. And so in principle, I understand what you're saying. The last part you just mentioned about non-citizens, we do know that it is not legal for non-citizens to vote. So we know that. And then I also appreciate in the board letter that you did mention that voter fraud is rare in California. And the data shows that there have been about 1 to 11 convictions for voter fraud each year in the entire state of California in the past few years. So it's way too rare to reasonably call into question our confidence in our election results, especially with that type of data before us. So, we don't need any kind of voter ID requirement to prevent mass voter fraud. The data does tell us that. And here's my, I'm glad you mentioned disenfranchisement, because here is my issue. Too often in our recent history, lawmakers have proposed voter ID requirements in bad faith and with the intent to disenfranchise voters because they don't like who those voters are likely to vote for. Ahead of the 2016 election, Republican lawmakers in Florida, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania privately bragged in leaked communications that recently enacted voter ID laws in those states would suppress turnout for candidates on the other side and help them win. They encouraged party members to make a big deal out of anything fishy, and that's in quotes, that comes up in elections to sow doubt with the integrity of the election. So I think partly there has been a narrative out there and people hop onto that, and then instead of looking at the data, do trust that narrative when the data shows that our elections are free, fair, and they are also safe because we have put in place laws to make them so. Studies also show that minority communities, especially lower income Black and Native American communities in particular, are less likely to have required ID and could be disproportionately affected by those laws. Those voter ID laws continued a long pattern going back to Reconstruction of enacting burdensome restrictions on voting to make it impossible for Black people to vote and other minorities as well. So we have come a ways since that time, and again, maybe come back when we have something in California going through the legislative process that shows that we are making it easier for people when they do try to register to vote to get IDs. I'd be open to that conversation at that time, but just repealing them when the data doesn't make it sufficient to do so is not something that I would support at this time. Again, not all voter ID requirements are discriminatory or burdensome, but there's just not enough here for me to support this at this time.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Anderson. Please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
No.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
I'll abstain.
That motion fails due to the lack of affirmative votes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Desmond, do you have another item?
Okay. This one, item 11, is support for Assembly Bill 379. This is the Survivor Support and Demand Reduction Act. I think it's imperative that we as a county support the Survivor Support and Demand Reduction Act. We know that San Diego is a hotspot, unfortunately, for human trafficking, and we need to do everything we can to protect vulnerable people, especially minors, from becoming victims. There have been several bills at the state level, and in the past few years, they've had negative impacts on our most vulnerable youth. In 2021, SB 357 decriminalized loitering for the purpose of prostitution. I can't believe that passed. I'm going to say that again. In 2021, SB 357 decriminalized loitering for the purpose of prostitution, including 16 and 17-year-olds. In 2024, SB 1414 passed with similar increased penalties for soliciting sex from a minor and required offenders to register as sex offenders. So this was a good bill. However, it amended it so that 16 and 17-year-olds were only considered minors if they were found to be victims of human trafficking, which can be a long process and very difficult to prove. So this has emboldened traffickers to treat 16 and 17-year-olds as willing participants rather than the victims that they are. AB 379, which we're supporting here in this motion, is authored by Democratic Assemblywoman Margie Krell, and she seeks to reverse these mistakes. So I have some more comments if you want me to finish or after the speakers.
That's your choice.
Let's have the speakers now.
Okay. How many comments do we have? Okay, so 1 minute for all of our public commenters. Please go ahead and call folks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 42 e-comments, 40 in favor and 1 neutral. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 11 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 1 minute to address the board since there are 10 or more speakers on this item. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra, Shane Harris, Mark, and Marco Espinoza. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Would you hold my time until I get this connected, please? Thank you. All right, we're going to begin with this brief.
Can you please state your name?
Is 16 years old. Recovering victims and arresting traffickers, law enforcement went undercover for 3 days to pull it off. The youngest victim found is 16 years old.
Okay, thank you. You could pull this the screen down, please. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Shane Harris. I'm the president and founder of the People's Association of Justice Advocates. PAJA represents hundreds of county residents and their interests. Many of the people in support of this item from all districts were asked to attend yesterday's meeting, but because this item was pushed back, they were unable to attend today. I brought forth hundreds down to the county building on these issues, and I've proven to seize victory when it comes to child welfare and these issues pertaining to child sex trafficking. Why is the time reading that? The time jumped.
You have 1 minute to speak.
Yeah, but this video was only, I asked for me to be able to play this video, which was only 5 seconds.
That video is part of your 1 minute.
But I asked for the time not to start until I got up to speak.
As soon as you started the video, I started the timer. That was 1 minute.
Okay. I'm asking for a vote in support of AB 379 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra, nobody should get special preference, but it's just interesting that the people who are trafficking children are bringing forward items like that. I mean, first of all, Stefan is Brady listed. She shouldn't even be the DA. She refuses to prosecute pedophiles when she's given plenty of evidence. And so the perpetrators are sitting here acting like they're going to combat something that they're engaged in. It's like the Cancer Foundation being created by the people who create cancer and cause it to happen in human beings. It's all smoke and mirrors to make it seem like something is going well or that you're doing something to combat it. Where are the, over 3,000 children that were at the convention center that were unaccompanied alien children that came across the border and disappeared because they were trafficked? Nobody wants to acknowledge what you guys are doing and what HHS is doing. But then you want to bring something forward like this. As a victim, it is appalling. It's really disturbing to see that the people, it's like, that are engaged in it are trying to stop it. Okay, well then you stop and it will stop.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, this sounds like a good idea. There are a couple of concerns I have. It's very strange that in the book they don't mention how they want to increase the penalties on the people that are looking to have sex with the prostitutes. And I certainly think that's important. I doubt any of you know the answer to that, and you're about to vote on it. I think that's really important. Obviously, minors should be considered victims. The other thing that concerns me is it mentions increasing loitering. That's very concerning because anyone walking through the area, anyone that just decide they like staring at pretty girls for a minute at the wrong moment could be arrested. Now, I don't like that. I think that's totally wrong. You need what kind of evidence could you have to prove the intent in their mind? So that's wrong. You guys need to modify this some, but it's generally good, I guess.
I'd like to call for the remaining speakers in person, Marco Espinoza and Marjorie Salo. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Marco Espinoza. I do need to do more research on this item, Assembly Bill 379. But based on Supervisor Desmond, what he said, and things I wrote down, the law says in California, as it has been changed, that sex workers are victims. That's the understanding that I think. In my opinion, that says that if the law has changed to say that, that is the system saying that this can, not can happen, but will happen. And this is how we legally classify it. Not to be inappropriate here, when you are aroused and someone offers you money, it's an easy yes. Just first perspective, sorry. But talk about it more.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Marjorie Saylor. I am a survivor of sex trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation. I am one of 2 survivor sponsors of this bill, Assembly Bill 379. I helped write this bill. This bill fixes problems with what we saw happen from SB 357, which removed protections for the exploited individuals out on the street by allowing perpetrators of abuse, the buyers, and the pimps to operate in freedom. And we've seen an increase in drug and gang crime, drug and gun crimes on the blades as well. And we've seen an increase in trafficking. SB 1414, a well-intended bill as well. Also, we hear about the loophole where 16 and 17-year-olds are not protected under that bill as well. So this bill fixes those problems, protects the prostituted individual who needs services.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will begin with our first caller.
Paul LeBeau. As I read it, AB 379, Section 2B5 says that if anyone under 18 solicits or engages in prostitution for money or goods, the subdivision, Section B, would not apply to anyone under 18, whether or not they're a victim. Section 2, subdivisions K and L just increase the penalty of the victim of prostitution as a minor. But this is the catch. Under Section 3, a victim of these sex crimes or someone who is, quote, vulnerable, unquote, whatever that means, could get compensated by the state for therapy by a sex trafficking survivor if the state approves. Sounds like a political giveaway.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Yeah, please don't start my time until I understand this item. Oh, wait, I'm not Shane Harris. Consuelo. Let's see. So as I am looking at this, it's just, I don't know, it's just so sad that it's even a thing, you know? It's really sad. And I'm so sorry for anybody who was a victim of trafficking. But as I've mentioned in the past, you know, we have only, like, who was ruling at the time and who's been ruling for a very long time is big government. So all these issues are brought to us by who we are speaking with, the establishment, the government, whatever it is. So change my mind. You can't, because it is what's so. They're the source of it, so now they're trying to, like, fix it, but it'll never be fixed.
Thank you. On to the next caller.
Gambler, I want to go ahead and reverse my thing and be supportive of this action because I don't necessarily believe it's coming necessarily from Jim, but from people he's talking to. And we need to start reversing some of these things that basically, instead of cutting the problem, you allowed the problem to flourish and then you punish the cause, making a lot more money in the process. And I think that's bullshit. I think we need to go back to the way that it was, where that if you guys see this stuff happening in certain areas that everyone knows where it is, that you guys stop it, that you don't just drive right by it. You guys go pick it up and stop it from happening. I agree with that 100%. The fact that you're going after the victims of the victims is bullshit. And then you ignore the victims.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Ryan Stevens, and I support Bill 379, and I am so sorry for the victims, and 16 and 17-year-olds are minors. This bill needs to pass because it's the right thing to do. We need to protect minors, we need to protect children, we need to protect victims of these horrific acts, and I want to thank Shane Harris for helping people get educated on what's going on with this bill, but this I hope passes, and I am sorry for all the victims. So I yield back.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. Can I give my 1 minute to Shane Harris, please?
Under the board's rules, we do not allow individuals.
Hello?
Under the board's rules, we don't allow individuals to yield their time to other speakers.
Okay, thank you. What I want to say is, of course, pass this. I think I said neutral on everything when I really meant yes on everything. So I'm a yes on this. What I want to mention is, CC unit, all the different people who go around, live stream where they're trying to catch these pedophiles. In San Diego County, the sheriff and San Diego police refuse to arrest these people, arrest all these pedophiles that get caught online where everybody can see them. And then the DA says she's not going to prosecute any of these people. So there's so many people that are doing pedophilia in San Diego are getting caught. We see them on the internet. And how dare Sheriff's Department refuse to.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Key. I've dedicated the last 35 years of my life trying to support and protect kids. I feel like the board needs to stand and represent our region in support of this bill. To not support this bill is shameful, in my opinion, because of the negative title or that we have with this trafficking stuff here. We know what's going on, and we need to do everything in our power to state that we are in support of our youth here. And they need our protection. Those are juveniles. This is a no-brainer. Stop overthinking things. And Shane should have been able to speak. Ridiculous. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Janice Hamid. I'd like to say this. Human trafficking is considered the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the United States, and it's a $9 billion industry. And in San Diego County, the local sex trafficking trade brings in about $800 million a year. This state is one of the nation's top 4 and San Diego County is one of the main destinations. You could go on Main Street, El Cajon Boulevard, Point Loma, the port. Now, people from other countries cross the border every day seeking work, and our underage runaways hang out downtown. Sex workers, maids, all are vulnerable to being trafficked and tricked into situations where they are held in virtual.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Hello, my name is Amanda Angulo, and I'm the policy advisor to Mayor John McCann from the city of Chula Vista. And as a representative of the mayor, I'm here to urge the board to please vote in favor of AB 379. This bill is incredibly vital in protecting our children and standing by them. By supporting this bill, you are sending a very powerful message that we are committed to ending the exploitation of our most vulnerable residents. I do want to thank Shane Harris for his leadership and Supervisor Desmond for adding this to the supervisor's agenda. Again, I do urge you all to vote in favor of this bill. A vote in favor of this bill is a vote in favor of children. And speaking to the previous speaker, this is a no-brainer. This is about common sense. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, great. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you. I'd like to say AB 379, the Survivor Support and Demand Reduction Act, ensures the crime of purchasing a minor for sex in any case when the victim is under 18. This is critical because we know the average age of someone entering trafficking in San Diego is 16 years old. This bill does not criminalize the men, women, and children caught up in the exploitation. Instead, it rightly focuses the enforcement on the trafficker and the buyers who create demand and perpetuate the cycle of trafficking. It also creates a survival support fund so that the fines paid by the offenders will help support survivors of the human trafficking. With this fund, survivors can access counseling, housing, job training, and trauma recovery. This is not merely about punishing predators, but it's about restoring hope and healing the victims. The bill has widespread bipartisan support, including District Attorney Summer Stephan, Shane Harris, and the People's Association of Justice Advocates, Mayor Todd Gloria, State Senator Shannon Grove. We should add to that list the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to those supporters today. With that, I'll make a motion for the County of San Diego to support AB 379, the Survivor Support and Demand Reduction Act. Thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Shane Harris, for your advocacy, and also to our survivor that is here that has come to express your support and your participation in writing this bill. We truly appreciate that. I don't take folks who come here with lived experience for granted. That is a very big deal for me. So I know that the bill has 4 sections. The age differentiation is extremely important. Also support setting up the fund, and also the part about diversion programs, and as you said, Supervisor, making sure that it's not just a narrow look at the law, but creating whole people. I think that is the work that we should be doing. In Section 4 of the bill, I am trying to think through my work around profiling and around law enforcement, and how certain neighborhoods, and particularly poor neighborhoods, are very, very much targeted when it comes to how law enforcement does profile, right? And so in this part of the bill, the Section 4, it goes through the evidence that would be attached to purchase of commercial sex, which is important because we don't just want to look at the survivors and victims, right? We want to look at the folks that are buyers. But the way that the language is written, it can make it a crime to just drive around and stop to talk to a pedestrian. It will give the police probable cause to stop someone if they observe someone walking down the street, right? And that's all, whenever I see that in bills, it's always a red flag for me. I think back to, things like 3 strikes and other things that we put into place in our law thinking that it would have a good intent, and it didn't. And our communities were destroyed. So the behavior this proposed law criminalizes is behavior that anyone could be doing innocently. A high school student in a lower income neighborhood driving home from school, pulling over to chat with a friend, a parent driving through a neighborhood trying to find their child, even someone driving around that's lost. I'm just saying that the way that the language currently reads, it allows for those people to be stopped under this law. So what I'm offering is I want to certainly offer my support. I know that the district attorney has done a lot of work in this area that has been very, very effective. My hope is that this law would not be abused, but I would like to offer an amendment to your motion. Okay. I know I have hope. It would be to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to express the county's support for Assembly Bill 379, consistent with Board Policy M2, except as to the Section 4 of the bill, creating proposed Penal Code Section 653.25, and to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to advocate for the state legislature to redraft its language such that the elements of the offense are defined with clarity and specificity as to the prescribed conduct. That would be my amendment.
I'm for that.
It's Supervisor.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yeah, I support that. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the
I'll second.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'll second.
Great. So we have a motion on the floor with an amendment. Motion was by Supervisor Desmond. Second was by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Seeing no further comments, we will now vote.
Thank you. And I just want to note for the record that Supervisor Anderson had to leave the meeting, so he is absent. With that, Supervisor Desmond. Aye. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to point out we have apparently lost Supervisor Anderson. He, I guess, had to leave. And I've been informed that we will therefore lose quorum at 2:30. So what we will do, I do not think we will get through all of our agenda items today. It looks like we have at least 3 hours more of agenda items. So we will take just a quick 15-minute recess, and I will come back with an order that we can then go through and finish as much as we can. I'll consult with our CAO and make sure there's nothing urgent, and if so, we will make sure we do that. So if we can just take a quick 15-minute recess so we can get ourselves organized and get as much done as possible today. Thanks.
Board is in recess for 15 minutes, reconvening at 12:30.
Okay, thank you all very much. I'm going to reconvene now. So here's the plan, unless there's any objections from my colleagues. I want to make sure we don't get cut off in the middle and then be left hanging, because we will need a motion to continue our items. So my proposal is we do 13 and 16 today, and then there's an adjournment in memory, and I want to make sure we have time for that. And then we would continue 17, 18, 19, and FP1. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, any problems, Ebony, with that? Okay, fabulous. Then I will make a motion, because we would need to have a vote in order to do that. So my motion is to continue 17, 18, 19, and FP1, Fire Protection District Item 1, until our next board meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second.
Just a question, was that Fire Protection District agenda, was that tied to another agenda item? It was a freestanding one? Okay, all right. I'm fine with it, thanks.
Okay, so that's a motion, and we have a by myself, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, great. So we will then move to item number 13, which is my item. And this is the item around climate change. So I'm going to just open with a couple of remarks, and then we will go to public comment, and then we'll have an opportunity for a conversation with my colleagues. I just want to talk a little bit about why I brought this. My district in particular is really impacted by climate change. We are a coastal district. We deal every single day with the impacts of the beach erosion, the problems around the cliff collapse, the potential around wildfires, the potential around sea level rise, and the need to really focus on mitigation and adaptation. And it's not only happening, the impacts are not only happening in San Diego County when disaster strikes, but it's also impacting our entire region through, particularly through rising home insurance premiums that we are all well aware of, particularly in the case of wildfires. And in addition, many people who no longer can get access to home insurance. There's also pretty significant impacts in terms of taxpayer-funded recovery efforts, and the destabilization of our coastal ecosystems, which we do see, for those of us who spend time in the ocean and for marine scientists, is becoming increasingly visible along our San Diego coastline and impacting not only our marine environment, but also our entire fishing ecosystem and fishing industry here in San Diego County. So I thought it was really important that we, as a region that is directly and immediately impacted through multiple channels by climate change, that we make sure that we center this issue in our agenda, in our legislative advocacy agenda, and as well as in our agenda in how we show up with other counties and cities across the United States and globally. Unfortunately, our federal leadership has been moving away from directly confronting the challenge posed by climate change, and so we really need to step into the breach, particularly given the situation with federal climate environmental science that's being shut down. I was looking at some of the estimated costs, and what I found really, really, really sad was some of the data on an estimate of 8,000 premature deaths a year and 10,000 asthma attacks every single day as a result of reducing our investments in climate science. So today's item calls on ourselves as a county to speak out with moral clarity to reaffirm that climate change is real and reaffirm our commitment that protecting our environment is not optional, but is indeed essential. And so those items sends a clear message to global, regional, and national leaders that San Diego will not stay silent while climate science and protections are being dismantled and our region is put at risk. So with that, I would very much like to urge the support of my colleagues on with this really existential matter, and we will turn to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 10 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 19 e-comments, 14 of those in support, 5 in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 13 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers on this item, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, allegedly Audra, Mark, and Michael Brando. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My person uses the name Audra. Geoengineering is real. It's a real manufactured crisis that nobody wants to acknowledge, like the cloud seeding that took place before the January storms. Like, you guys don't want to you want to worship your climate god, but you don't want to even save people from, you know, having to lose everything because this is man-made. It's intentional. It's not just the people, but we are the carbon that you guys want to reduce. And so when you're talking about 800 or 8,000 premature deaths a year, is that really caused by that? I mean, you don't care when, you know, babies are ripped apart limb by limb, that, you know, things like that. So it's just interesting that you actually care about someone's life, but until you acknowledge the geoengineering that's happening, this will never stop. But it feeds right into your plan, so it's perfect for you not to even acknowledge it.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call the final speaker in person, Marco Espinoza.
Mark, your overview is a scam and a lie terror. We had a mini ice age in the 1700s that lowered temperatures by 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit, causing famine. So the 2-degree increase since then is a good thing as temperatures balance out. Carbon in our atmosphere has increased from 0.03 to 0.04%, or 1,000th of a percent.
I'm going to come up to just this interglacial period, which began about 10,000 years ago when the ice age ended. And during this interglacial period, we've had some very dramatic warm spells and some cool snaps. The most recent cool snap being the Little Ice Age. And then here's the warm-up that followed the use of fossil fuels. Notice it's no more dramatic than the warm-ups that preceded it. So how could that one be caused by fossil fuels? It didn't cause, fossil fuels didn't cause any of these others. How come we're told it's causing this rise? Civilization's only been burning.
I don't have time. I'm going to play another one too, but
climate variability. I mean, a lot of what we're based on, all of this alarm is based on climate model predictions of what's going to happen in the future. And by the way, you know, attempts to blame.
see these YouTube titles to understand more. These people are hiding this from you. They don't even talk about the mini ice age. Don't you think that's important to know?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
1 minute is really. Michael, look at all this. Jim, follow the money, Tara, and you'll find the science. Follow the money and you'll find the science. This is like an extension of the whole COVID nonsense. Really, you can't even acknowledge what's happening in the atmosphere. And what's even worse is you have people terrified. We've had callers call here that are so mentally disturbed, and they talk about climate change, climate change, climate change, and then they scream out things like, eat my ass. Yeah, you remember that, Jim. It's pretty funny. But again, it's all into this nonsense stuff. Tara, thank you for this board letter. I love it. I love it. I love it. I actually read every line of it because it shows, I don't like to use this word, but it shows how batshit crazy you expressed yourself here. Yeah, your eyes got big then. Good, good. How good can it get? Love it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Marco Espinoza. Climate change, this is a full, sorry, I'm tired, so words are weird right now. This affects everyone who lives on planet Earth. Whether you think the Earth is flat, that's a whole other debate, but even though it's a global issue and something that will be discussed in many different rooms across the world, including the United Nations and every country's parliament, this is still a small town home issue at the end of the day, because it affects all of us. We live here. I frequent nice vantage point spots and I just enjoy the view of this county, my home, and at times there's smog. And you know where it's coming from. You know why. Cars, our activity. Think about the Native Americans who, before we were here.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Hi. Bill. The board letter says 99% of climate change is human caused. It's wrong. Prove that it's correct. There isn't anything in the board letter. No lists, no graphs, and no attachments to the agenda. I think that a lot of it is the Earth's wobbling caused by liquid metal in the core moving around, the solar cycle, groundwater depletion, carbon dioxide from volcanoes, and wildfires made worse by BESS and EVs. How can you say that you're fighting back if the TJ River mess is worse than the last 30-odd years of pollution? Beach erosion is not human-caused. EV fires are. You're also committing the county to follow the lead of a private political group which may not or may have San Diego's best interests at heart. I really don't think this.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, Consuelo here. Yep, climate change is real because that's what the climate does. But climate is also changing a bit irregularly due to the climate being engineered. And we, humans, the people, the citizens, have nothing to do with that. And so, what Mark mentioned about the mini ice age, please look that up. There was not too many cars, I don't believe, back then, sir. That was just at the podium. And what humans do, in fact, is insignificant to contribution of this climate changing. But what it does is cause for government to jump on it to further control our movement. Hold on, guys, I'm talking. That's just, that's unfortunate that this is being used to.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
You're full of it when it comes down to the climate, because instead of digging up the ground, you could go ahead and use hemp to create our batteries. That technology has existed since basically I found out like 2020. Instead of investing in that, you chose to go the slave labor route, and you ignore that completely. On top of that, there's a guy, Jamal Brown, who invented or came up with this idea to completely and utterly recycle plastic, including styrofoam, turning that into fuel, and the byproduct is low-grade carbon, which could be turned into graphene. And you could actually make money recycling plastic. You could get everyone excited about that. But instead of going these measures, this does not help out the corporations. So you completely and utterly ignore it, push it to the side, do not provide any money to it.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I wanted to talk about my solution to climate change, and that's called the LaPlaya Plan for full tidelands reclamation. What it would do is create underground space for cisterns or for transportation, and use the sand on our beaches to stop the coastal erosion that we have. All it needs is some person, a leadership, and some person to actually look at my great idea. And it could go through CNDAG when they do their airport connectivity. I put it forward as a solution. And also, for stormwater, it would have a place so we could capture all this stormwater instead of letting it just empty into San Diego Bay. And so this is a great solution, and maybe Tara Lawson-Remer will actually call me up one day and I could explain the wonderful thing to her. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hey, this is Truth. This is the biggest waste of our tax dollars that I've ever seen on an agenda. There's no real plan and no real science. I think it's actually proof that PDS is real and Tara has it. I feel bad for you. This item says giving polluters a free pass. Who is getting a free pass? Do you mean Mexico, and how Sanitation wants to give Mexico 50% of toll money from a new border crossing to benefit free trade fascism? And it's not the Superfund scam that's left the TRV vulnerable to environmental collapse. It's the past 4 years of Biden's federal neglect, as well as Steve sewage switcheroo with SB 10. The so-called clean tech is what's actually destroying the environment with their non-recyclable solar panels, radiation-emitting windmills, and fire-prone battery energy storage sites. And no to the America is All In org, which supports the Communist United Nations goals and is propped up by corporate greed, including 3M, Acer, Adidas, Adobe, Airbnb, Amazon, Apple, Ben & Jerry's, Best Buy, Citi, Dell, Walmart, Mars Candy, Microsoft, and more. Climate change is a corporate cult. That's what's real. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Hi, my name is Karen V, and climate change is real, but humans are so insignificant on this planet, our effect is so small, that we aren't really changing the climate. It's changed naturally over millions of years. I do believe we have a pollution problem, and we need to address that for our land and for our oceans. I also believe that CO2 is good for us, and not just me. Thousands of scientists all over the world at clintel.org and CO2coalition.org are saying that our CO2 levels are the lowest it's been in millions of years. We're currently at 426 parts per million, and if we go below 150 parts per million, plants die. So I'm all for cleaning up the land and the air, but we have got to save our CO2. CO2coalition.org. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'd like to make a motion and would love to have the support of my colleagues. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and it's Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. I could almost support this, if you made the title, "We made a mess and we need to clean it up." I mean, that's just kind of more commonsensical. And as the caller just said, it's pollution is our problem. And to me, this is just virtue signaling. Climate change, to make the declaration that climate change is real, the climate's been changing since day one. North America was covered by glaciers more than once out of 3, 4 times. I don't know how many times our ice ages there were. Our Central Valley here in California was carved out by a glacier. Yosemite Valley carved out by a glacier. So the Earth, the planet, warms and cools. And I really think, though, that actions speak louder than words. I believe that in clean air and clean water. And, hopefully all of our mothers taught us, clean up your mess. And I think that's what we need to do. Like I said, we need clean air, clean water, clean beaches. We need more sand. But I think to really make an effect, we have to make it easier and start building homes here. Stop offshoring our manufacturing to countries with less restrictions and cheap labor. But instead, through policies like VMT, we are forcing so many working families here out of San Diego County and into Riverside County. There's something like 50,000 commuters a day make that trip down here back and forth for work. And we've incentivized building in the unincorporated in the villages and the general plan, which is smart growth development, bringing homes and services together. We can do more locally than just the virtual signaling. The beginning of the board letter, third sentence, tries to blame climate change for the flooding that displaced 1,200 people during the 2024 heavy rainfall. In reality, that flooding was the city of San Diego not maintaining their storm and drain infrastructure was the problem. For the recommendation of join America is All In coalition, from what I can tell, what my staff looked up was the best thing we get out of that is we sign up for a newsletter. We don't need feel-good initiatives. We already have a cap. We have a regional decarbonization framework. We have vehicle miles traveled. We have the VMT. We have a green building code. What we need is more of a focus on building out our general plan to allow people to live closer to where they work, and that would reduce tens of thousands of commuter trips coming into San Diego County every day. And just to mention, we need to stop the environmental catastrophe right now, the pollution that's coming across the border from Tijuana. That is much more of an immediate threat to residents here of San Diego County than any impact from climate change. I'm all for cleaning up our mess. I'm all for trying to provide housing, but I think we need to look here and within before joining another organization that really doesn't bring about change. We have the power. We should do it. I'll be voting no.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion fails with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we go on to item 16, notice public hearing and ordinance amending the San Diego County Administrative Code relating to the medical examiner fees and charges. I don't think we have a, do we have a presentation? No. No, okay. Only if we want one. Does anyone want one? Okay, we're good. Then we'll turn to public for comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 5 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment that was neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 16 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Mark, so we have plenty of money in our system. It's in the comprehensive annual financial report. They'll never ever tell you about it. It's your tax dollars, so you own it, and they're not even going to tell you it exists as you go bankrupt. Now, see this video in these times? It's a 7-hour video. This is a title on YouTube.
Once again, the logical conclusion is that since the stock market went up, the California State Teachers Retirement System's pension fund would also go up, in this case by over $11 billion. And under its statement of net assets, again, we see total assets are actually listed at $159.8 billion. But after the liabilities are taken into consideration, we have total net assets of $129,768 million. Again, an increase of over $11 billion. And so I ask you, does this sound like an underfunded pension fund? Now, one thing that is paramount to comprehend when looking at
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
the employee, but where is that money coming from? The
employer in each case, the government employer referred to on each report, is a taxpayer-funded government entity. So a state employee who works for a government office, such as Employment Development, the Department of Corrections, the Fire Department, Police Department, or any other governmental office, is not only placing his or her money into the fund, but by law, each government office is also contributing to the fund at a rate of 100, 300, 500, and even 1,000% more than the actual employees. To translate, this is taxpayer money. Billions and billions and billions of taxpayer money. This is the government transferring your taxpayer money into the pension fund system. This is the government sucking massive amounts of taxpayer monies out of the taxpayer base, which could otherwise be used for taxpayer services and budgetary requirements to meet the so-called deficits claimed by these thieves in government. But instead, it disappears into these pension funds to become play money for the government wealth and investment scheme. And this allows the continuance of corporate governance through majority stock ownership in most corporations around the world. Does this really sound like pension funds are underfunded?
Now, I didn't have time to, I had to speed it up. It'll be at a regular speed if you see it, and see these times, it's 7 hours long. He does this on the .gov website, so it's real.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. This is a little confusing. You're saying that $6,500 per year is paid by customers, and you need $95 a year that's not covered. Is that per person or something? Because I'm a little confused with your increases. Just for a autopsy requested by a family, it's increased by $707.30. So, I mean, how much more money do you need? I mean, this is like more fraud, waste, and abuse. And when we have medical examiners who are not telling people the truth about why some people are dying, which is from the vaccines, and there are medical examiners finding tissue that is unlike anything they've ever seen before that are in the veins of people. It's self-assembling type of particulates that are in these death jabs. And we're not even telling the people about that. So why should we pay them to lie to the people instead of saying this is a problem, like other ones who are whistleblowing and coming forward and saying, I've never seen anything like this before, until they started giving the vaccines that you guys want to pretend are still good. And we're paying, increases to even Health and Human Services that are engaged in that. Like, when are you guys going to start telling people the truth about stuff like climate change? Like human trafficking that the county is involved in, like, putting people into a 15-minute city all under the guise of saving the planet, right? Enslaving the people. All you guys are involved in rackets, and it's really sad to see because people are suffering and you just want more and more money, and so your breakdown of this needing $95 doesn't even make sense, especially when you're asking for $707 more just for an autopsy by people who won't even tell you the truth. They'll just lie so that people can keep getting the death jabs, but hey, it's a depopulation agenda.
Thank you. Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Olibold, you seem to have sort of a problem with people raising fees sky high in a scenario where we're having a recession, maybe a depression, whatever, but that's kind of ridiculous. This one is a bit better. Raising fee by only 6% is only a tiny bit excessive, but I'm guessing it is related to the understaffing and the increased office workload I have heard about. Of course, if you stop pushing things that made people commit suicide and vaccines, like Audra said, that change people in their fundamental cell structure forever, there might be less workload. So that's something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo, so ditto to the previous speakers. And let's not forget that the money required to provide adequate food, water, autopsies education, health, and housing for everyone in the world. It's been estimated that it's about $34 billion a year, and it's a huge sum of money, about as much as the world spends, check this out, on arms, military arms, every 4 weeks. So it's like there's a bigger investment to get rid of us and to, investigate how we died than there is to actually have us living off of and thriving off of. But that's the world these days, and that's government. So there you have it. What else do I have to say? Yep, touching on inflation, as Paul mentioned, it's not inflation when corporations are raking in record profits. So, yep. Yes, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from our final caller.
Raising prices. Well, of course you have to go and raise prices. You have to raise their taxes. You have to raise everything in order to keep your employees happy. You went ahead and increased the amount of employees we have by having bullshit organizations, but in order to do that, you need the funding source. You no longer get that funding source from the federal government. Thank God. And you guys go through a DEI lens, so it looks like you're going to be getting a lot less money. And on top of that whole medical thing and all that stuff, smokers die earlier. They don't have dementia, which costs a lot more money. Matter of fact, you save money by people smoking. Those are facts that you want to ignore. But if you go ahead and keep everyone living, then you have to pay for all the dementia that ends up taking place with people that can't walk and all that stuff. You actually save money by people dying earlier. These are facts. Do you understand that? No, you don't. Because you're told what to think, you're told how to think, and you're told how to vote. I mean, that's why you're there. Because you go ahead and cover up the fact that anyone could register anyone to vote and vote for them. Republican Party, Democratic Party, ACLU. ACLU is the one that created this whole system. And you all use it. And it's, we don't have a voice, so none of the shit really matters, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm still waiting for your answer that you refuse to give me. So I'm assuming I'm right. Nothing's telling me I'm wrong. Any comments?
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
I'll move the item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
And if I may, Vice Chair?
Please.
This is the last meeting for Dr. Campman, who's going to be retiring, so we wish him well. And thank him for his service to the county.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Doctor. Yeah.
Thank you.
How many years service here? 24 years. Wow.
It's fabulous.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an adjournment in memory, and that will be presented by Supervisor Desmond in memory of Harry Mathis.
Well, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. Yes, this is an adjournment in memory of Harry Mathis. Harry Mathis, he passed away on March 31st, 2025 at age 92. He is remembered as a generous, visionary leader who inspired all of those who followed him. Mathis was a dedicated public servant. He retired as a U.S. Navy captain. He lived a life marked by leadership, community service, and deep personal values. He was born in Petaluma, California in 1933, and he pursued a military career that culminated in commanding a nuclear submarine. After retiring from the Navy, he became an influential figure here in San Diego County, serving 2 terms on the San Diego City Council and later contributing significantly to the MTS, the Metropolitan Transit and Trolley System. Since 1995, for 30 years, Harry Mathis served as a regular and an alternate board member, also as a commission chair for the Cal LAFCO board here in San Diego County. And he also served on many, many other local boards. He is known for his can-do spirit and a commitment to community. Mathis helped shape areas like Carmel Valley and Del Sur, ensuring that they included essential amenities. Beyond his civic duties, faith played a central role in his life, and he and his wife Mary, of 62 years, helped establish their local parish in University City. Harry Mathis is survived by his wife, 2 daughters, and 5 grandchildren. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the business before the board, and this meeting is adjourned.
Next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will take place on May 6, 2025.